Hello and welcome to the live orienteering coverage from the final day of the 2017 Nokian Tyres World Orienteering Championships, coming to you from Estonia. I'm Catherine Betts and I am joined by Jonas Mertz and Jonas Mattis, and we're here in the same arena as yesterday to bring you all the action from the two relay races. Well, we are indeed in the same arena as yesterday, and they're going to be running on a map that is almost the same as yesterday's middle distance race as well. So it will be certainly an advantage, we think, to have run the race yesterday. But there's been some spectator races going on earlier this morning where they will have run through some of the areas from the middle distance yesterday. Temperatures 17 degrees, there's some good sun in the arena here today. Hopefully we won't see some of the big showers that we saw yesterday at times on the middle distance. And as yesterday, the athletes will run through this arena twice, provide some great views of all the runners going through, and this is where the start is. The maps will be placed on the ground here before they are picked up, and the men first, they will head into the forest. They're starting at 1 o'clock and the women will be starting at 3 o'clock. We're expecting it to be about an hour and 45 minutes, the whole relay, and it's basically a middle distance event, very similar to yesterday, so a big advantage to have run the middle distance yesterday. So these are the course length. They're 5.7 kilometres with 20 controls each and 210 metres of climb, so a bit more than yesterday. Estimated winning time overall 102 minutes. Jonas, we'll soon see the map. Can you talk us through the course?
Yes, here we have the map, so we see that we are in the almost exactly same area as yesterday. So it will be the same technical difficulties waiting for the runners, with a lot of compass, a lot of direction changes, and again the orienteering technique that's setting the limit for the speed. And as you see, we have also quite many forkings, and they're quite at the same place, not much space between them, so I think that will be quite difficult for the runners to see where the forkings will be. Here we have the arena passage, and then we actually go into an area where the runners didn't run yesterday, here, this part from 11 to 15th control, and this part is a bit more open and maybe not that difficult as the part they are going back into now after this long leg to control number 16, which I don't think will be any route choices here. It's mostly straight ahead, but back into a very difficult area for the last forking there, and then back to the finish.
So it is very similar to yesterday, and of course after all three men have run their legs, they will have taken all of the forkings between them. You know that these controls on the forkings are very close to each other, and when I was out running the women's course earlier, you do see a lot of other controls in the forest, even when you're heading out of the direction of your control. So that'll be interesting to see whether people follow each other, but that, everyone here is very experienced in relay running. This is some of the terrain though.
Yes, and as yesterday you see, it's quite green there. This is control 5 to 6, just before we come into a bit an easier area before the arena passage. Yeah, it's in the beginning of this leg it was quite green and dense, and now we will soon see that it will open up a bit when we come closer to the control, and that's more the characteristic we will see on the second part of the course.
Yep, and then through this open area, and there are already tracks out here, so you just have to keep following them to get to the control. And this is where we will have one of the TV splits. Well, they'll pass through this point twice, the men on controls 6 and 17. We will be seeing the men quite a lot through this course, as you've got several different camera points set up, so we will try and track their progress. And of course bring you all the details, as we will also have Jonas Mattis looking at our GPS. So it's only 4 minutes to start, and the athletes have been warming up, but here are the start lists running in the order of where they finished last year. Who can we expect to do well?
Well, I mean, more or less the same teams as last year. We have Norway winning in a very clear victory last year, and then Switzerland, Sweden, Great Britain. We will see if they can do as good as last year. But then France for sure, with Thierry Chauchou's last World Championship race of his career today, will be very interesting.
Yeah, and they're running with the same team of Tranchant, Basset and Georgiou as they were last year, but this time Georgiou is on the final leg, the glory leg, and we expected them to do well last year and they made some mistakes, so hopefully they can keep it together.
Yes, and also an interesting team will be the Ukraine. I think they have a strong team with yesterday's bronze medalist Kratov. So I think they have quite a good team as well.
Here we can see the 35 men's teams that have entered in today's race, and it'll be a while before the women are off. They're already in quarantine, ready and waiting, and hopefully we'll see some great crowds here today, as there have been some spectator races earlier this morning. This is always a good one to watch and spectate from the arena. But back at the start, as there are 2.5 minutes until the start, and I can see from our position in the commentary box that the men are making their way up the hill to the start, which is just here, and they'll be feeling some nerves at this point, you think?
Yes, for sure. At the same time, we have many runners on the first leg who have been running yesterday, and they know what to expect. Maybe they are not sure about if it's going in the same area or not, but they will know that very, very soon. And I think they can be a bit more relaxed than the other guys, because the other guys have been hearing a lot about the terrain, and they have seen that the runners made many mistakes, and that might make them a bit nervous, but let's see.
Of course, they'll have seen all the maps from yesterday and been able to talk through the routes, but it's not the same thing as being out in the terrain.
No, it's not the same, especially if you know that runners have made a lot of mistakes. You start to wonder why that happened, and that's nothing you can just see from the map.
Eskil Schöneberry, he's run both the long and the middle distance, taking 5th and 8th place. Fabian Hörtner, he's one to watch out for, could well come back in the lead after his 2nd place in the middle distance yesterday.
Yes, and he kind of decided the race 2 years ago in Scotland on the first leg, and here we have a very strong runner as well, especially in relays, Jon Runesson, with a good race yesterday.
And the British guys are being led out by Alan Cherry.
Here one of the guys who didn't compete yesterday, so it will be interesting to see what he can do on this course, Mika Kirmula.
And then Frédéric Tranchant, who took the silver medal in the sprint, but he's had more difficulty out in the forest, with 21st in the long and 35th in the middle, but he will know he's got a great team behind him. And those are the top 6. So those were the teams that finished in the top 6 in Strömstad last year. Also, number 7 is Latvia. 8th is Estonia with Kenny Kubikas, Timo Sild and Nari Sild, and there's less than 15 seconds till they go. 10 seconds. All of them looking ahead, looking at their compasses. And they're off into the forest. They will have the first look at the course that they will be running today on the first leg of the relay. and they've got a long run out of the arena before they make their way to the actual start triangle and into the forest. And it's Johan Runesson who's taken an early lead ahead of Hertner, and some of the others getting lost in the melee of all the runners in the middle. And the forest already is fairly dense through here, so there are some tracks though out in the forest, as we know from yesterday, possibly fewer in some of the areas, and it'll be the case of following each other, hoping you don't get stuck behind someone who's slow.
No, they will definitely have the same direction here to the first control, and that's some kind of a difficulty as well, because then it's hard to see. I mean, you expect the forking here, but it's hard to see which other runner has the same forking as you have. And I think we will see them together for a quite long time, and then when they're down in the depression there, it will start to split up. And we also see that Johan Runesson, who is well known for being a fast starter, is doing as he always does.
But we're behind Fabian Hertner in the forest, and he can't see anyone in front of him at the moment, taking different lines through the forest. And this is where we can see it's a bit whiter, and again on the split screen this looks like Denmark. No, possibly.
Yes, it is. To the right it was
Denmark.
Denmark.
It was Denmark, with Søren Bobak running for first leg for the Danish team.
And I think for Hertner this is quite a good situation to be alone, having no runner in front of you. That makes sure that you're going your own way, focusing on your orienteering. You don't have anyone else to disturb you in your orienteering. And I think he likes that, and he's a bit looking for that as well.
So they've already split up into two main groups, as we see some of the top nations here. And definitely a split between A and C probably, and in the other group they could be going to either A or B in the group at the bottom of the screen, but they're already being split up. And looks like the route at the bottom was slightly quicker through the terrain. They were able to go down the re-entrant and into the bottom of this depression. It's very obvious to see, and it's actually very white down there as well.
And do you see that Russia came a bit off direction there already? But since it's many runners on this first leg together, I think he will still have a chance to catch up with the others.
Yeah, that's Dmitry Tsvetkov of Russia, and we saw yesterday that he liked to go down the track, even if it was out of bounds on the track. Okay, so
now we see Sweden has control C. They already picked that one, so good job from Runesson there to the first control. We have Switzerland, control B, so they have to continue a bit. We see that Norway is, they had some hesitation there, and we see that Hertner has come to the wrong forking and now continues the wrong direction, so that's not a good start for the Swiss there.
No, there are two parallel depressions, and I'm not sure what he's doing there,
no.
But Russia is also
I think
going.
He thinks that he was on this hill before the control B and continuing on this ridge, and came totally wrong. Let's hope for him that he will notice that this is the big depression there on his left.
Meanwhile, it's looking very good for Sweden, who has had possibly the easiest control number one, but has got to go a bit further to control number two. Russia's hit the track.
Well, I wouldn't really agree that C is the easiest one. It's just the one coming first, and I mean, if you come to that one directly without hesitating, then it's good for you. But otherwise,
I think attacking it from the large depression, you can come up the re-entrant and just drop down into the depression there. But it's looking good for Johan Runesson here as well. It's
looking really bad for Switzerland with Fabian Hertner. He has no idea where he is at the moment. And we also see that Great Britain is having problems, and Russia. And we know that Great Britain, Alan Cherry, he didn't run yesterday, so he didn't know what to expect. But we know Hertner should know. He should know better. And at the same time, we have Sweden. They punched already the second control and are on their way to control 3. And also we see that Finland is taking a route choice maybe out of the path, or did he change his mind there? Yes, he did.
Yeah, I think he's changed his mind there, was heading towards the path. Also looking good for Eskil Schilberg and also for Kenny Kivakas, who've already made it to control number 2. And meanwhile, I think Cherry's found control C. Hopefully he doesn't think that's his. But of course he doesn't know where it is on the map. Hertner still hasn't found the control. He's going around in circles. And here we are coming into control number 3, and this is the lead of Sweden at the moment. Looking very good for Johan Runesson in the forest, and here's some others following. Now this one is very easy to see the lie of the land on this control. They're just going up to a spur over here. There's Poland and Latvia and
Estonia.
Czech Republic.
Yeah, the Czech. And there we have Norway.
And Denmark are there as well. And Bulgaria. And here's a group together. Belarus, France, Lithuania, Finland,
Ukraine.
Estonia, Ukraine.
Or maybe Australia, maybe. There is Ukraine.
Well, I mean,
Here we have Runesson.
that was a pretty epic fail, I think, of orienteering at the beginning there for Switzerland. They are way behind, and it's unison. Latvia, Poland, Norway, Bulgaria, Denmark, with Bobak Salam for Belarus, Lithuania, France, Finland, Estonia. They're all sticking together. Uphill for Australia, Sherbakov for Ukraine, and Spaeth for Germany. They are all in the group within 22 seconds. But what is happening to Switzerland? Have they found the controls yet?
Well, I don't know, but I mean, I'm a bit surprised that this happened to Hertner. He has been running yesterday, and he should know better than this, and he should have a very clear plan where to go and how to attack the control. But then maybe he should have a better concept also how to relocate when he's lost. I mean, there's a street not that far away from the control. So maybe you should just go out on this one, and we see that he finally found the control. But they're, yeah.
But they're both Britain and Switzerland
that was
are
around
behind.
4 or 5 minutes, maybe.
Can we find out how long it is? We will see when they get to control number 3, where we have a split. We will know exactly how far behind they are on the lead of Johan Runesson, and he's heading fairly directly, everyone following each other, to controls 5, where Sweden actually has the left hand of the 2 controls. This is Russia.
Dmitry Tsvetkov.
And we will check for the gap. How much time has he lost? We know he was able to find control number 1 before Britain and before Hertner, but there's still some others that he's catching up here and can take control number 3. What is the gap?
So 2 minutes behind at this point. If the US...
So we have to wait for them to get control 4 before we can get a time, I think. Italy, Israel. Svetkov, 2.5 minutes behind, 2:25. And we still haven't had Switzerland through this point. And here's Hertner. Goodness me, how much time has he lost as he comes out of the forest? He will be kicking himself.
Yeah, but at the same time he shouldn't do that, because if he starts to get nervous or to try to take in time on the others, there's a risk that he will do some other mistakes. So it's just to refocus and keep on doing orienteering, or maybe start orienteering in this case, and then try to be more precise with orienteering.
So he punches control number 3 and will get the time behind when he finds control number 4. It's very easy, but this, even now, he's just checking his map very carefully.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't really win confidence by doing that to the first control.
And I think he took he's going uphill. I think he's taken a bad route choice out of this control. Maybe I'm just...
Yeah, he went a bit too much to the left, but it's not that bad.
So, at the 1.7 kilometer course, it's Czech in the lead.
And then we had Sweden there, still going strong, Johan Runesson.
Denmark, Finland, Bulgaria, Australia still within the 16 seconds. Germany, Ukraine. This is control number 6, and we'll see them here twice in the course. And as they run out, there's like a little track that's been made in the long grass to get the TV cables in. And let's see what's happened from control 4.
Yeah, and we see that Runesson is taking the responsibility to read to the control there. Going very safe and very good. Also to the 6th control, and then we have Czech Republic taking over from him.
And Estonia, I think that was a mistake from Kenny Kivakas into
small
control D
mistake
as well.
And now they head up to control 7, and it's another forking. And we see that all of them are running up the hill. Some of them have a control a bit more to the right, and some a bit more to the left. So not everyone has to follow Johan Runesson there.
Yeah, these are the 2 controls, and they could choose to go down the re-entrant to the right and go across the spur to find control the 7E.
Exactly. I think Norway should have run a bit more to the right, because he's following too much the direction of Runesson, and then this means that he has to run back, and he will lose a bit of time by doing that. And now we see that he's not really focusing on map reading, he's just following, and he will definitely lose some seconds there.
Yep, so it's all fine for Sweden and for Jan Petrusla running for the Czech Republic. Nika Kielmala has also found the right number 7, but this is how Eskil Shinberg is going to have to take a diversion to get to his correct control. And these forkings are very close together. It's very easy to get dragged offline.
Yeah, now it's also easy that he just sees the other runners head off from their control, but there would be a chance to take a slightly different route choice up to the track and then take the path in almost to the control from the south. But he decides to follow the others and take the same small track there maybe.
So everyone going fairly straight into control number 8. They will hit the track around about where this hill is and the spur is, and then they will go through this patch of undergrowth. The green lines on the map for undergrowth is generally where there's a lot of fallen trees down in this terrain.
Meanwhile, we see Hetner coming into the picture to number 5, so I don't think he made any more mistakes, but that's, yeah, there are many minutes between him and the leaders.
I think there was probably a gap of about 3.5 minutes, would you say, at this point where we saw them first. So, but here in the lead, it's the Czech Republic leading out Sweden and Lithuania and Denmark. Søren Bobak is also amongst the top guys. It's his only race, these World Championships. Mika Kielmala still there, but great running from the Czech athlete. Bulgaria is also hanging on to this top group, and they seem to have made a break on some of the others. As well, this was the mistake from Shinneberry. That's how much time he lost. And Germany is also there as well.
Quite a good race, quite a good start from Felix Spieth here in the first part of the race.
So Czech ahead of Sweden, Lithuania, Denmark, Finland in the first 8 seconds as we will see them run through the arena. They've got to make sure they keep calm and keep looking at the map as they go through this route that if they ran the middle distance yesterday, they will know very, very well. Straight from Germany into 8th place and Poland in within the first 30 seconds. So they're splitting up, but goodness me, there were some mistakes early on.
So here we see that Runason is taking the control very safely, and we see also that France made the same mistake as Norway did before, just going slightly too much to the left, and then it's very easy to just follow the others to the wrong forking, and then
see, that was a good route choice that we thought they might take, but did not execute that well.
No, he tried to save it up, but didn't really manage to do that.
So the standings after the arena run through at 2.4 kilometres, and the top 10 within 40 seconds of each other, but some of the favourites have made some disasters out in the forest. We reckon Switzerland lost about 4 minutes, and Great Britain were down on the lead by 4 minutes and 40 seconds. This was at control 4 where we got the split time. But here's back out in the forest, and they will find control 10 and then go into a new area of terrain that we haven't seen before. And again, we can see how they're splitting up to get to these different controls.
Yeah, I think now they're on their way to control 11. Or still at control 10, maybe it's yeah, they're still at control 10. It's the first one after the arena passage, and it's a forking with 3 different controls. So that's why they're splitting up here.
Yeah, the controls are close together, but this part of the forest is a bit more visible, and actually there's some quite large depressions that it's easy to see and therefore avoid, or see the control at the bottom of them if that's necessary.
And here we see it on the GPS. The whole group together more or less. And no problems. Maybe a small problem there from Czech Republic. But no bigger problems here.
And as you can see on the screen, the gap to Switzerland, 4 minutes and growing, as we can see the live GPS tracks. Hertner staying high, and he's going to drop into this control, but I think he's caught some time on Svetkov, who was a minute and a half ahead at control 4, but that gap to the leaders is huge, and it's not diminishing. So this is control number 11. We'll see them drop into this control. This is some good visibility in this part of the forest, this new part of the forest that they haven't been in before. So after the forking, who will we see first or hear first? And it's Søren Bobak racing with Johan Runason. So Denmark take the lead, Sweden, Czech Republic, Finland, Lithuania, Norway. I think Shinneberg has caught up a bit of time, as well as Speth and Sirakov as well. And we also find Poland in the first 17 seconds with that gap there. So then they have a slightly longer control, which has got some forking. And we've seen Switzerland pass through the arena 4 minutes and 11 seconds down. And here there's been a gap to Belarus. That's Tranchant after his mistake. He didn't quite recover as the same as Eskil Shinneberg did, as he got the different, made a mistake into control 7 as well. Kivikas for Estonia. We saw him have some trouble around control number 5.
And there we had 3 quite interesting teams together with France, Ukraine and Estonia, who they have the potential to come quite high up in the result list. And here we see that they are splitting up again to 3 different controls. As we saw at control 11, the visibility is a bit better, and you also have this small path there that gives you quite a good entrance to the control. So I don't expect them to have big problems at this control.
Not at all, but Czech, Sweden and Denmark are all heading to the middle control, number 12. They're all heading to K. But they won't, of course, know it. So it's up to Norway to make a break to the right, and that is what Eskil Shinneberg is doing. He's not going to fall into the trap that he did last time. And I think Finland, Kiemala also has the same control. So no problems for the Czech Republic, Sweden and Denmark. But let's remember that control J, the one that Norway and Finland have, is of course slightly longer. And
we also see at control 10 Hetner with small problems again there. So he is not doing a good race today.
Not at all, but he does seem to realise that he is too far left. It's unsure which one he's going to find, which one is his, but we hope it's G. And it is G. And some different routes from control 12 to 13 for Czech Republic, Denmark and Sweden, and it looks good for Søren Bobak.
At the same time, we see Sweden missing the control, going too much to the sides, and he can just go and last part of the tail there of the group, but if he continues to miss, then he might miss the group there. But I think he realized his mistake now.
Yeah, you can see him speeding up, and luckily he didn't go too far off track, but he has lost the main group of Finland, Norway and Denmark and Czech Republic. But some good leads there for Czech and Denmark, still running together. This was the mistake from Alan Cherry, trying to find control A. I think he found all the controls but his, and then a bit less of a problem there, not as direct into control 3, and then he was looking for F, number 5, and goodness me, he's not having a good time in the forest. Oh dear.
One of the runners who didn't compete yesterday.
And at control number 9, we can't see. Let's see if we can find out how much time he lost on that point.
Now we are live again, and we see that there is a small gap between Finland and Sweden, but I think Runesson is pushing very hard, trying to catch up again with the group there. And I think he will manage that. He will see the other runners there and also take advantage of the small track they are running on.
And we can say at control 9, just before the arena run through, at control 6. At control 6, which was just after Alan Cherry's mistake, they were 8 minutes and 44 seconds behind. It's going to be very difficult for them to make up that match and match their 4th place last year in Strömstad. Okay, so this is waiting at control 15, I think. And it is Brichtsella into first place, who's actually overtaken Søren Bobak. There's also Shinneberg, who's doing well for Norway. There's Alelinas from Lithuania, and has Runesson been able to catch up the Finn? Kiemala, not quite. There's Sirikov in there as well. Torshon's caught up a bit of time. Well, some others have lost time. Runesson goes into 9th place from that mistake to control 13. So the top 10 within 27 seconds, they've actually come closer together, these top 10 men, but there's definitely a group for these first 10. This was the mistakes.
Yeah, we see Finland with a small mistake there, following too long the rest of the group, and then we see Runesson doing the mistake we saw earlier.
Yeah, I think he was maybe trying to go into the wrong kind of re-entrance. I'm not really sure, but he stayed left alongside the depression.
He was a bit off direction there and then following the wrong re-entrant.
So back at control 15 after 4 kilometres. It's still over a minute from the lead of Czech Republic until we find anyone else from the top, outside the top 10, and we're looking probably for Estonia, but Fubelis goes for Latvia. We're waiting for Kenny Kivakas from Estonia, who's lost some time. But this is the group. This is Sherbakov, Kivakas, Salin as well. So these are a good group who can work together to do well, and here the men have hit the track on this longer leg to control 16.
Yeah, interesting that they were running out in a 90 degrees angle to this path, but it seems to be quite green there in between 15 and 16. And now they will run to the 16 control, where we have another forking. We see that Norway has the one to the south, and Finland, Czech Republic, Denmark and Sweden, they all have the same control M there, a bit more to the north.
This is an area they will be very, very familiar with, but it's still all about doing some good orienteering to get there.
So I think it's good for Norway and Kinneberg that he's in the lead, because then he won't notice about this forking that he's the only one. It would be worse if he would be in 5th position and sees all the other runners going more to the left and just him having the control more to the south.
Yep, so what Søren Bobak has to do is he has to make sure he doesn't follow Kinneberg the whole way to the control, because that would be a mistake. He's got the different forking here at control 16.
Søren Bobak is really doing a good race. It's his first this World Championships, and it's not easy to just come in and run a relay. You're not used to run in this kind of terrain, or not in the championships at least. So good job so far.
And I think it's looking pretty good for Tranchant, who's also caught up on Denmark and Norway after being further behind initially. So we can see that Sweden and Denmark also have the northern control, but that's not a bad route choice to go into there. They'll just have to recognise that Kinneberg will be going to a different one, and indeed Søren Bobak has done so. And that could be actually a better route choice into the control itself.
I'm not sure if he exactly, yeah, now he noticed. So good orienteering from Søren Bobak there. And we also see that Runason is taking the same answer as Bobak did earlier. Or may...
Well, Søren Bobak has got control 16 and he's heading out there. I'm not sure that Runason has seen the control. Now he's seen the control. And we will see them again at control 17, where they passed through before. And this is the open area full of bracken. And in the lead at Kinneberg, followed closely by Tranchant, who has caught up a lot of time, and that's the control 17. So those are the two leaders running together, separated by only 2 seconds, and we'll probably see Bobak come next out of the forest. Yes, it is Denmark, but 16 seconds behind, followed closely by Czech Republic, Lithuania, Finland, Sweden, with Runason all within 22 seconds. And we can say that Switzerland is still behind, 4.5 minutes behind.
We also saw that some of the runners weren't really satisfied with the cameraman running on the track here. Some nice Finnish words we heard there.
So only 3 more controls to get, and less than 1 kilometre of running before they make it to the changeover points. And here at control 18, it's still a good lead of Norway, but that's a good choice by Denmark, and I think they've caught up some time going a bit straighter actually on this control. You could head out to the path and have an easy route into control number 18, or go fairly straight. I think there are tracks through the open if you choose to go straight, and that's what Denmark has done, and they've caught up some time. So after control 18, they go down to 19, and yeah, this was the route choice, a little bit straighter. In fact, neither of the groups decided to head out to the track, but that was a great route choice by Bobak to catch up some time on Norway, and the first few guys are all very close together now.
So now it's no forking left, so it's just the whole group going to the finish together, and then we'll see new runners starting into this tricky area where we saw a lot of mistakes, so that will be interesting.
We are not showing the map here in the end of the leg because of the outgoing runners.
So I think they're deciding not to show the map for the outgoing runners, so we will just see them go through this terrain as they find control number 19 up here. Now this one may well throw the women off later in the course, but so many guys running together, and what a great end to this race as the runner from Japan comes through the spectator control and the arena run through. But some great names going on second leg. They will hand over. We will see Lundenes, we see William Lind, we will see Alexei Niemi. Daniel Hubman will have a tough time to bring back these 4.5 minutes. Luca Basse as well, Jan Sedevi. But these are the leaders. This is Tranchon, and he's made a gap on the others. What a great lead there. And then Norway, Shinneberg, Petresa from Czech Republic, Denmark, Lithuania, Finland in there as well. Johan Runesson trailing after a fast start. And Tranchon has got the gap on Shinneberg. He will be able to give Luca Basse a good lead into the forest. Great first leg for Lithuania as well. And Tranchon has got some sprint legs on him, and he should be very pleased with himself with the run today. So he crosses the line, throws his map across the line, and will find the map to hand over to Luca Basse. So France, Norway, Lithuania, Czech Republic, Denmark, Finland and Sweden within 10 seconds of each other, and that is a group of 7 into the first leg. And Runesson, after a very quick start, leading the pack out and then making a mistake on control 13, is collapsed on the floor.
Really good performance.
Yeah, but overall a really good race from Johan Runesson. He seemed to be really focused in the beginning when it was decisive, to have the right control, right direction to the first and second control, and then he was more or less with the group all the way, so that was a good start for the Swedish team.
The volunteers making sure this area is clear so the incoming runners have no problems changing the map over, and we still haven't seen anybody else outside of this top group. We're waiting for Estonia, we're waiting for Belarus, and here comes Kenny Kivakas and Belarus as well, and we've also got Ukraine in this group, Poland. And Latvia as well. So this group of 4 have been running together for most of the course, despite the forkings here, and they've lost Ukraine, I think, as well out in the forest. This is Basse, though, followed closely by the world champion Lundenes. Norway, of course, defending their medal, and that's William Lind, who got 3rd place in the long distance. He, of course, didn't run the middle distance yesterday. He'll have had a good debrief from his teammates, but it's not the same, as we've been saying, it's not the same as having run here for the middle distance race. Lithuania also keeping with the pack as they head out on slightly different routes through this area. This area is fairly white, but it's still not easy running. So, I mean, let's have a quick look at these GPS routes and how they've split up.
Yes, and we still have quite a big group there, and it will be interesting to see how they will manage to split up and go to the different forking controls there. You see that there is Norway having B, Sweden A, Finland C, France C. We also see that the Estonian guy was taking a bit strange direction out of the arena.
Timo Sild is still running around as we see Svetkov coming and crossing the line, and what will the gap be? You see Ukraine's lost some time on the group of Poland, Latvia, and the gap is going to be 3 minutes. And that is the control number 1. That's the time that they lost there. So Russia's 3 minutes behind. We're still waiting for Switzerland. I mean, what can we say about that first leg?
Yeah, it was more or less as expected. It was very crucial to be good in your orienteering, to know the direction, to be safe about which control you're heading to. And yeah, once you start to lose your confidence, it can happen easily that you lose a lot of time, as Hetner did.
He is also running with Canada, so he's only got a few more controls and we'll see him through the arena. But pretty devastating for the Swiss team, who got the silver medal last year, and we would expect to do very well in these relay.
And I mean, almost all the other favorite teams are still in this leading group. We have Norway, we have France, we have the Czech Republic, Finland, Sweden, also Denmark, Lithuania, who are there. So it will be very difficult for the Swiss team to catch up to the leading group again.
It will be very, very difficult. They've got Hubman and Kibberts, the same team as last year, but this gap has only grown from the 4-minute mistake that we saw Fabian Hürtner make, and he will, I think, just be glad to get across this line and be finished with this race. So Hubman is ready to go.
4:39 behind is Switzerland and Daniel Hopman heading out, and Canada, as you can see, in 16th position, right behind Switzerland.
So as we see, Hürtner have some difficulties. These are the exchanges, and France had a 4-second gap with the top 7 coming through in 10 seconds, and a big gap to Estonia, Belarus and Poland. But I'm pleased I'm being joined by Frédéric Tonchon, who made that quick gap at the end into the run-through. I wanted to give Luca Basset a good gap.
Yeah, I would say I did push really hard at the very end, but not before the second last control, let's say. Before that, I really tried to get my control as efficiently and safe as possible. That was my goal.
Do you think you really benefited from running yesterday?
Yeah, at least mentally maybe, because now I understood, okay, it's not as easy as it looks on the map. You really have to understand well and then to have a good plan to reach the control.
And could you tell that people were making mistakes behind you? We've got Switzerland with a 4.5-minute gap.
Okay, actually I didn't notice really much, but I did miss at one point, and then I was a bit, I tried not to stress, of course, and I just continued. So then I saw some other runners like Eskil Schinneberg, and then it was on the track, fortunately, then I could push really hard and catch a bit.
Yeah, was it number 7 that you were pulled off to the other control?
Yes. It was a bit stupid. Of course, it's always yeah.
That's what relay running is, isn't it?
Yeah, yes. You should really be respect every control, because everyone are really tough, I would say.
Well, great. You've done your job and handing over in first place. Now it's just up to the rest of your team to run well.
Yes, I'm really satisfied with my performance. So it's like a relief for me. So now, yeah, of course, I really trust my teammates. So let's see.
Yep, and Basset has still got the lead over Lithuania, and it's 29 seconds before Lundanes comes through, so that's a great lead. Thanks for talking to us, and
thanks.
And best of luck for the rest of the race on your team. Okay, so it's Basset with a 29. Basset and Vildis running with a 29-second gap over Lundanes, and Lind and Jan Sedevi has lost some time. He was in the leading group. Remember the leading group, the top 7 came through in 10 seconds, and they've already split up in this race.
Yeah, and we saw on the GPS before that Denmark was doing a mistake, so they're not in the group anymore. They lost contact, and we don't have Finland here either. We see him up there, I think, missing that control, so also he lost contact.
Yep, Alexei Niemi has only run the sprint in this race and was disqualified in the sprint, so he's not used to running in this tough forest. These were the routes, though.
Yes, here we see the mistake by Denmark is coming to the wrong forking. Should go to B. I think the same as we saw Hetner doing on the first leg. Going back again, not really knowing where he is.
I think relocating off
yeah,
the large.
Exactly. It seems as if he had some tactics, what he should do when he is missing a control. He went back to the big depression, tried to relocate from there, And now he is choosing a bit of safer route choice to the, or maybe he's maybe heading out on the path and running around.
Or trying to avoid some of the green that's around control number 2. But there's France going very, very well. Basse, but Denmark with Tor Norskov in running his second WOC has made a mistake, and that's actually dropped behind Estonia. Finland have also dropped behind, and these are the current routes of the top. Certainly the top 4 are there as well.
Yeah, we see that Basse is doing a really good job in the lead. Seems to be very safe. And Lithuania are doing a great job there behind so far in this relay. And we also saw that Lundanes lost some time, maybe a bit surprising. But it's still time left to catch up again. Here we have the bronze medalist from yesterday, Kratov, for the Ukraine.
Yeah, still running with Latvia in that group that were together early on. These are the current routes though.
Yeah, we see Sweden is a bit off direction there, heading to control E. So this doesn't seem to be very, very good. And we have France and Lithuania going really strong in the lead.
And Basse has got some good speed through the forest. He was 14th in the middle distance yesterday, but ranked number 5 in the world. And I think the French team, if they can keep this up, they've got the legend, the king of middle distance on the final leg, and if anyone can handle the pressure, it's going to be Thierry Georgiou. So, but going round the corner it's Russia, and I still don't think we've seen Denmark through at this control. What a mistake for Tor Norskov into control number 1, and we can really see that is proving tricky, and it's probably the nerves going out into first.
Here is coming Tor Norskov, so he lost around 4 minutes there in the beginning. And let's see if Hoopman was able to maybe catch some time.
Yep, Hoopman came through in about 4.5 minutes after the leaders, which of course was France. But here at control number 6, we've already had Basse and Wilders through, and the gap has grown to Lundanes, who's also running alongside someone who possibly hasn't punched the control, but that might just be an issue with the signal we're getting from the control, from the radio control. But there are 4 runners together in the first minute, and there are some gaps being grown here. Let's see what's happened to William Lind. He didn't run here in the middle yesterday. The camera is just waiting for who they can find coming out of the forest. I think we will hear them before we can see them. And it's Sweden going into, I think it's 5th place. I don't think it's 4th. I think we missed a runner coming through there. Oh, was that a cameraman running
No,
behind?
it was a runner from the first leg, I think.
Ah, okay, there we go. So Niemi and Stedovies lost some time as well. So William Lind in 4th place for Sweden, and they've got Gustav Bergman on the other place.
So here we see the tracking, and we see that Sweden was a bit off track there, but coming back again together with with the Czech Republic and Finland. So now it starts to split up here, and we see that France going to control D, and also Lithuania still very strong. Yeah, but now it starts to split up a bit on this leg here, so more and more runners alone out in the forest or some meters behind others.
And that slope where France and Lithuania are, there are a lot of fallen trees down there, and they will want to pick the best micro routes through the forest. And here, actually, even at Control 8, we've seen a lot of different route choices, and some people making some mistakes out there as well.
And we also see now it seems to be less of a problem to go to Control E, that forking there, because now they're really reading the map on their own and not seeing other runners that could influence them.
It also helps that the group of the three of them all have the same control, although Jan Sedevy is making it a bit harder to get into there.
Yeah, and we had the punch from Daniel Hoopman at control 4, and he was 4 minutes and 56 seconds behind.
So he hasn't made any mistakes there, but is losing a little bit of time. Possibly he knows how tricky it is, just how many mistakes people are making. But this is Basset in the lead after Tronchon handed over in first place. And then running for Lithuania, it is
Jonas Vitaitis Gvildis. He's a strong runner, but we haven't seen any very good results the last years. But he has good results from earlier. I know 2011 in France he had a good middle distance, and he's also a very stable relay runner.
So Basset and Gvildis into leg number 2. They're coming through the arena after 46 minutes in total of running. They've run 2.4 kilometres of this race, and I think behind him there's an athlete who is on the first, coming to the finish from the first leg. So the Lithuanian just being faster through this arena, trying to make a gap on the Frenchman as he goes through and is being cheered on. Will turn. He doesn't want to go over the finish line. Basset has taken the wrong route as he runs back. He realised it. I think he was told by a few people here is the correct route. And hopefully Gvildis' EMIT tag won't be stopped because he's gone through the line. Hopefully that won't be any disqualification for Lithuania there, but France has realised first about going the wrong route through the arena, and
I think the Lithuanian guy did go right, and it was a guy from Hungary you saw the first leg. And I mean that was very good for Lundanes here. He could catch up some time to Basset and Gvildis.
Yeah, he was about 48 seconds behind, and he's caught some time up in the last few controls. But who's the next one to come out of the forest? Will it be Sweden, Czech Republic? It's going to be Sweden and William Lind. And he's made a little gap on the Czech Republic, Jan Sedevy. And we're also looking for Finland to come through this time. So the gap is 1:45 for William Lind, and that has grown from the fact that the first 7 came through in 10 seconds after the first leg. So lots of gaps in the forest, but Basset has correctly found control 11 and is heading out into this
control
area.
10 it was.
Oh, control 10, yep, and he will go to the new area that he hasn't run on before, but looking very strong through the forest, keeping his head up most of the time, and that's his Lundanes.
And we see also that Lundanes can see the back of Basset, I think it is, there, so he definitely could pick some seconds there in the arena passage. And here we might see how much time he lost, Basset, with this small mistake. Yeah, we see that Lithuania is doing everything right there, and it opens up for Norway.
But then Basset was able to catch up the Lithuanian, but this is Norway, and Lundanes has definitely caught up France, as there were some of the different forkings there. But number 11 is fairly simple, but this forest is quite white compared to some of the others, and they will definitely be able to see each other. And I think Lithuania is going to lose some time here, probably not be able to keep up as much, and Lundanes possibly able to catch up Basset. Here's the other group with Estonia and Timo Sild, who we saw going round to number 1. He's sticking with his tactics and actually avoiding the sand on the sapping hill to go out here. This is William Lind. He was 1 minute and 45 seconds behind going into the arena passage, and he's trying to find control number 10.
Yeah, we see the Czech Republic doing a small mistake, or let's see if it stays a small mistake, but at least doing a mistake there to control 10. But all the others seem to go in the right direction.
Yep, William Lind will have passed a few controls on his route into control number 10, but finds that one no problem. And I think we saw on the GPS track there how Lindenez has caught up on the Lithuanian. And they're all running together, the top three.
Yeah, I mean, this was a part where the visibility is good, so that helps Lundenes to take the back of France and to catch up. And we also see that the Czech Republic is doing a big mistake there, running over the path. I mean, it almost looks as if he would head to the first control on the first loop, so let's hope he didn't take a wrong map there at the map change in the arena passage, because it looks as if he's heading exactly to this area where they already were.
And here we are behind Timo Seld, who took 10th in the long and 11th in the middle distance. We've seen some of his tactics of going round and trying to avoid some of this green terrain, not always proving to be the best option. But Alexei Niemi is running for Finland as we lose some of the routes there. So William Lind will punch control 11, and we just saw quickly some of the forking, and Lind has actually caught up 9 seconds on that short loop.
And I'm really impressed by the Lithuanian guys. I mean, they in a normal race they shouldn't be around France and Norway, but they're doing their job. They're just going safely to every control, and of course they are good runners, so they always can see the back of the other runners again and take advantage of them. So it's a great job so far.
But the gap is big, as this looks like Estonia coming down into 5th place, and that's a mistake from Czech Republic, but also Kratov. We can see how the bronze medalist is doing. That's pretty good. Niemi and Sermes are also there to make the top 8, all of 4 of them running together. Now let's have a look at some of the routes, and a mistake I think from Basse. He should have run the same way as the Lithuanian, but he's realised his mistake.
Yes, he did a mistake there, heading to the wrong control. And again, the Lithuanian Jonas Vytautas Kvilding is doing his work there, reading the map carefully. And let's see if he can take the back of Lundenes now. But he might lose contact there. And that is actually a chance for the Norwegians to run away from the others.
Yep, the Lithuanian may just have seen Lindenez at control number 13, but possibly not, as he goes a bit offline, and it's the chance for France to catch back up, as long as he doesn't make the same mistake that we saw Sweden and Johan Rundsen make earlier on going to this control 13.
And we now saw a small mistake by the Lithuanian. I think for him he feels more safe if he has other runners around and can take advantage of them, and this was very clear here. It was the first time he was all alone in the forest, didn't see anyone, and then directly there's a small mistake coming.
I think that could be a minute though, or maybe about 50 seconds lost by Basse into the wrong control 12, making that mistake. And I think that's just a GPS change, I think, for the Lithuanian.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was just the GPS routes being a bit off in the forest, as Lindenez makes his way to control 14. So Basse will know he's made a mistake and can see Gvildis in front of him. But further back, it's looking pretty good for William Lind, who's only a minute behind Basse now. And this is how we can see Finland going to the shortest control L.
And here we hear Lundenes coming already. Very characteristic.
So Lundenes into control 15. And let's have a look at how much of a gap he's managed to make. Lundenes did not have a good run yesterday, and this is what's happened to Jan Sedevy of the Czech Republic.
Yeah, we see that he's heading out. Yeah, I mean, he almost picks the control in a very good way there. But well,
you know what? I don't think he had the wrong map, or maybe he was just reading
he
the.
Forgot to
you have to turn it.
I think. Yeah, he forgot to turn it, so he was heading out in the same loop again.
Well, he realised, and it's going to be a big gap, but this is Lithuania, and the gap is 45 seconds. And we can see how far Basse is behind, and that would be a 53-second mistake for Basse on that leg, which was control 12. So the first three all got still got a gap, and we should see William Lind through next, probably taking fourth place. Although there is a big group together of Estonia, Finland, Latvia, and Ukraine who are catching.
And here we see that Lundenes is holding the line, not as we saw the runners on the first leg doing, heading out to this path and straight over it, just in the right direction. Let's see if Lithuania and France are taking a bit more around, but I don't think so. I think they will just do the same as Lundenes.
Yeah, we saw the men on the first leg heading out to the wide track, because this area is quite green, and the gap to Lind, well, it's going to be 2 minutes, more than 2 minutes from Lundenes. The defending relay champion from Norway. And Lind, here he comes. So as he passes very close by the cameraman, the gap is 2 minutes and 12 seconds.
Here we see the mistake from Basse, which was around 50 seconds maybe. And we also see that Lundenes is going very strong and just holding direction.
But here's the next group into control 15, and it's Kratov from Ukraine leading them out with Timo Sild, Alexei Niemi and Martin Selmes from Latvia, this group again. And we can see the athlete from China on the first leg making his way to control 15 after 55 minutes of running. But back with the leader. Going very direct, we saw, to this control 16, where there is some forking, but it doesn't really matter for Olaf Lundenes because he is alone in the forest. All he has to do is focus on his own running and his own map. And his speed is such that Carl Magnusson, I think with the GoPro, can't keep up there. See how slow Basse was going through the green, wiggling through the terrain. And
we also see that France and Lithuania are splitting up a bit, and Finland, Latvia and Ukraine are taking route choice a bit more around, following the path. I think it's too extreme to go around there. They won't benefit from that.
Do you think that's because they're being led out by, it looks like Timo Sild on that route, and we know he likes going out to the tracks?
Well, of course, I don't think all of them would have gone out if not the one in the lead had done it. But I mean, you should notice and maybe take a chance there and just go straight on. And we also see that Lithuania and France are splitting up, but they have different forkings there. So for the Lithuanian Kvildis, it's quite an easy entrance if he goes down in the depression and taking it from, yeah, the western part there direction. And I think he's doing a really good race so far. I'm impressed. It's not that easy when you're suddenly in the lead and you know that, and you see the other runners around and you have to go on your own from time to time. You're maybe more focused on in your preparations that you're around the other runners, quite many, maybe a bit behind, and I don't know if he had planned with that situation.
But here's the group who were led out onto the track by the Estonian Timo Sild, who we've seen taking a lot of the track routes. And there's another runner on the right-hand side. This is, I think, a great feature of having these GoPro cameras going through the forest during the relay races. You can really feel what it's like to be surrounded by other runners and to be chasing other runners going through this terrain, and everyone taking similar lines as they go into this forking control at control 16. But we're waiting for the next one into control 17, I believe, and it should be Basset. And here's a Frenchman. He's got 1 bronze from the relay in 2015, and we were predicting some good things for the French guys last year, but they did not have good races between them, so they are able to keep it together and hand over to the king of middle distance. They could be taking better than 3rd place.
So we see that the gap is around 1 minute from Lundanes to the other 2 guys, and then 1 more minute to Sweden, a bit more, maybe 1:20. We also see that Finland is, I think, doing a mistake there, or at least going to do a mistake.
Yep, on their way to a mistake, but this is the final control, and we're waiting for Lundanes as athlete from Spain's through, but this is Lundanes taking the lead, and he will hand over to Magne Daly on the last leg. But a great result for Lundanes, who was able to take the defence of his long distance title, and he's created a great gap, having a really clean race. Learned some lessons from his mistakes of yesterday's middle distance race, and a great lead for Lundanes as he hands over to Magne Daly. They are 101 for a reason. The defending champions, and Magne Daly, who's taken a 4th in the long and a 9th in the middle distance, is heading out. But this is Basset, and I think the Lithuanian just taking a different line out of the control, and we will see them through soon at the arena. But the middle distance champion, the 8th time middle distance champion on this very middle distance race, on this relay race, is ready to go.
And once again, I would like to say that I'm very impressed by the Lithuanians. Usually you go in as a smaller nation with a bit more, and yeah, you're not that active in your, like, more a passive orienteering technique. You use the other runners, you use their backs, and then you more control what's all the features coming, and you try to benefit from the others. But he was 2 or 3 times he was in the situation where he had to orienteer actively and go and take some responsibility by himself, so that was really good.
So Luca Basset into the finish, and the gap's going to be 1 minute and 21 seconds, but he's handing over to Thierry Georgiou for his last World Cup race, for his World Championship race.
And also Algirdas Bartkevicius heading out together with Thierry Georgiou. I'm sure he is a bit nervous now. This is not the situation he was thinking of beforehand, I'm quite sure. And for him it will be very crucial to get the first 2 controls without any problems. I think if he manages that in a good way, then he has a good chance to come through the race.
But this is William Lind coming into 4th place for Sweden. And he's managed to hold off the group that are behind him. But the gap is still a big one, probably a lot bigger gaps than we would have expected to see in this men's race, as we've seen many, many mistakes. But this is Gustav Bergman, ready to go out on the final leg for Sweden, and the gap is 2:14. So what's happened to Estonia and Finland?
Yeah, we saw earlier that Finland was doing a small mistake there, or was on the way to do a mistake, and yeah, missed maybe 1 minute there because he was together with Estonia before. And we also see the Swiss coming and the Russian.
So this is the next group. It's Estonia and Ukraine together. And despite some going round, it's Kratov and Timo Sild running into the arena. They'll hand over to Lauri Sild, and for Ukraine it is...
For the Ukraine, we will have Ruslan Glibov on the last leg.
And Latvia also handing over in this group, 3 minutes. So 3 minutes and 3 seconds behind, and Kratov and Sild saw a lot of each other on that race. They certainly did. But they've got to make sure they clear this area pretty quickly so that they can make room for the next runners to go through. Hopefully we'll be seeing Russia, and we think Daniel Human has caught up a little bit of time on, or a little bit of distance anyway on
Yeah,
on
I
Russia.
don't think he caught time on the leading group, but maybe he could pick some places.
And this is Finland, who we saw making a mistake into control 16. So some of the Finns and the Swiss waiting anxiously. How much time have they dropped? And it's Finland and Leksi Niemi. Some shouts from the Finnish supporters as he will go down this route. And he was one who also didn't run the middle distance, so the gap is going to grow to over 5 minutes there. And he will hand over to Fredrik Portin on the final leg. The Finnish team, Niemi has come in ahead of Siren on the team compared to last year as he throws his map away, and will hand over to Fredrik Portin on the final leg.
5 minutes and 15 seconds.
Back in the forest, it's Latvia who's trying to make their way to control number 1. Being very careful to look at the map. Edgars Bertuks from Latvia.
His first race, he was injured for a long time, and he's just running to relay this year.
So he knows how people have made mistakes out on this course, and here's some of the routes.
So now it's interesting. Let's see what Lithuania, that Bartkevicius and France, Shoshu can do here. We see that they have different forkings. Shoshu going to A, and it seems as if Bartkevicius is following, but still he has good control, and he managed to catch up with Shoshu again. And then again another forking, but again he's doing a good job. But also we see that Sweden was going well to the first control there. So
Magna Daly into the semi-open and control number 3. The bushes in this semi-open area, with which was also marked with the green hash, is really tricky to run through. There's lots of fallen trees, as this is an area that's been recently, well, not that recently, cleared. So Norway not made any mistakes out on that first loop, been able to keep it clean, and after an hour and 10 minutes of running is with a good lead. So we will wait to see what the gap is, whether Georgiou has been able to take any time out of Norway. They were 1 minute and 21 seconds down, and Georgiou is already coming through to control number 3. But
yes, and we see that Bartkevicius is not there anymore, so we had to let Georgiou go. I'm sure he hoped for a bit more help from the Frenchman here on the first controls to have an advantage as long as possible. Because he's quite aware of that Gustav Bergman is hunting from behind.
absolutely, and Georgiou, see how he was looking around in the train there. Not the most direct line to that control, but here he is very, very straight to control 4, and he's taken 22 seconds off that.
I think he came to the wrong control first here. He has to go back to the third control, maybe?
No, I think he was fine.
I think he came to the first to the TV control and has to go back to control number 3 first.
No, he's okay, I think. But he's just taken a... Oh, okay.
Yeah, see. He had to go back and pick the TV control now again.
So he's taken 4, then 3, and then he's got to go back to 4. Well, a mistake for Georgiou, and that means...
No, it was a mistake for Bartkevicius.
Okay.
And now he misses the control again, maybe. I mean, Bartkevicius came to this fourth control, punched it. That's why we have him in the splits there. So we had to go back to control 3 and came back again.
Okay, I get you there. But this is Bergman, and he was 2 minutes 14 down on Norway at...
So I think now we had him there. And now we have Bergman also.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll see some GPS routes about what exactly happened with Georgiou and Bartkevicius.
I think Georgiou didn't have any problems. Everything was fine there. But Bartkevicius was heading first to the fourth control, then back to the third, and back again to the fourth.
Okay. Larry Sild and the Ukrainian Ruslan Glibov. Yep.
Yes.
And Ukraine's taken a bit of a gap over Estonia at the moment. They're in 6th place. Let's have a look what happened.
So now we see that Lithuania, Bartkevicius is going directly to the fourth control, noticing it, having to go back to the third and back again to the TV. That's why we had and then he is also missing the TV control there. That's why we had his split in the second position.
Okay, so no problems for Georgiou, although he was not taking the direct line to control 4. They are not difficult controls out there, but there was certainly an interesting mistake from the Lithuanian, and it's Sweden and Lithuania. They are running together and have found the track up here, but this is control 6, and we're looking for, well, as the Japanese runner from one of the earlier legs comes through, this is Magna Daly. He's having no problems out in this terrain and just has to bring it home for Norway for them to defend their World Championship title. But there is a Frenchman on the chase, and you can see this is the gap.
It's a 1 minute gap from Norway to France still, and also then 1 minute down to Lithuania, Sweden, and a bit more to the Ukraine. But I think all those 3 teams there, and maybe also Estonia, if they're doing a good job, can still fight for the medals.
Yep, looks like there's going to be a fight on for bronze. with Sweden and Ukraine running together as Thierry Georgiou goes over this hill. He will go down into control number 6, and there we will get the time and see what the gap is on Norway. He was about 1 minute and 19 seconds down at control number 4, although he didn't make a direct route into 4. And this is Georgiou coming through the terrain, and he's caught up 10 seconds on that loop. So now 1 minute and 9 seconds down. The Frenchman is running faster, but is there enough of a course for him to be able to catch up Magna Daly, who has had pretty good World Championships with 4th in the long and 9th in the middle, but of course not quite a match to Thierry Georgiou. So both Georgiou and Daly have control F.
And we see that Lithuania is doing a small mistake. He might have been followed Gustav a bit too long and in direction to the wrong forking.
So we're waiting for Gustav Bergman into control 6. The gap was 2:14 and he's caught a bit of time up. Again, about 10 seconds.
And he was pushing very hard. I think he notices that he has a small gap down on Lithuania now, and he for sure tries to run away from him. And we see that both the Ukraine and Lithuania are doing mistakes there, and we see that Estonia is going well, so they might pass there, or they will pass there at the 5th control. So Estonia now on the 4th spot.
So some serious directional errors. I think they're either, did Lithuania make it to control E at control 5 possibly, and then just taking a bad route out, but certainly Ruslan Glibov has gone very badly wrong into control 5.
But I don't think that Bartkevicius has been at the 5th control yet.
No, I don't think so either. Timo Sild into 4th place, and there's a cheer from the arena as the Estonians can see that Timo Sild is into 4th place. There was lost a bit of time on Norway compared to the changeover where he was 3 minutes and 3 seconds behind, and this is Ukraine and Lithuania realising their mistakes, but Latvia, Russia, Finland and Switzerland.
I think
are all
Latvia is also, they were on a good way, but now they're turning a bit too early. Maybe not confident enough about being in the right place there. And so we see that Russia, Finland and Switzerland now have a chance to pick some places.
But Magna Daly coming through the arena passage halfway around the final leg for Norway. They are defending champions. All he has to do is keep a clean race and make sure that Thierry Georgiou doesn't catch him up. It's a difficult task.
It sounds very simple when you say it.
Yes, of course. We can sit here and judge these athletes all we want, but we all ran these races this morning, and we can tell you it's very tricky, especially to keep some speed up.
And I mean, he's aware now that he's in the lead, and I'm sure he will, from time to time, there will this thinking coming up about being in the lead, and there's a chance to win a gold medal in the relay. And you always try to keep that away from your thinking, not being influenced by that, but it's not as easy as it sounds. And I mean, it's an advantage that they won last year, so he has already a gold medal, but still this is a big thing for an orienteer.
But this is Georgiou, and he's caught up another 5 seconds. And running very well, refolding his map, making sure he goes out on the correct routes from the next bit, but he's just got to run very fast. So he's caught up 17 seconds on the first, 16 seconds on the first loop, but he's still over a minute down. It's going to be tricky for him to catch the Norwegian unless the Norwegian makes mistakes. And This is Magnadeli has stopped still.
But that's the right tactic. I mean, we saw yesterday that we had runners being a bit insecure about the direction, and then you have to stop directly. First time you get this feeling that something might be wrong, you have to stop, relocate, and continue with orienteering.
Gustav Berryman, 2 minutes down. He's kept it solid, and William Lind is cheering him round the course, possibly giving him a bit of advice or just encouragement. So he knows from Per Forsberg that he's in the bronze medal position, and with runners making mistakes behind him, he too just has to have a clean race and keep the speed reasonable to have a good race here.
But as I know Gustav, he will keep on pushing, because there's still a chance that someone will miss from the 2 first teams, and it might open up for a gold medal. You never, I mean, everything can happen, and you never give up in this situation.
But here we are behind the 8-time middle distance world champion on this very middle distance race. He knows now this terrain very, very well, and he goes into this depression and back out with no hesitations whatsoever. And just moving away some of these branches and keeping good speed, the tall figure. And it is Estonia still into 4th place. But Magnadeli into control 11 after an hour and 21 minutes since the start.
And a really good race so far from the whole Estonian team. Also they, as we had the Lithuanians before, are doing a good job. Everyone is doing exactly what he can and what he is capable to do. So, and I think they are happy with the 4th place, or at least that's a very good place for them.
Yeah, a great improvement on 8th place from last year. But running behind Gustav Bergman on the way to control 10. He will have a choice of 3 different controls here as the forking unravels its way. And here we are at control 11. What is the gap to Georgiou? And we can see him coming through this whiter terrain now.
And we also see that Magnadeli, he didn't lose any time by stopping there after the arena passage, so it was exactly the right thing to do. He got a bit uncertain, so he stopped, he relocated, took his control, and he focused on what's coming.
Yep, so the gap is pretty much the same, Norway and France.
And here we see the big mistake by the Lithuanian and the Ukraine team. I mean, it's very hard to relocate once you're out of control there. You have no idea really which feature is which one, and then I mean, it doesn't seem as if they have a really good tactic. They missed a lot of time, so it would have been faster to just go out directly, get an easy point and try from there again.
But it takes some guts to decide you are completely lost and need to completely go and relocate.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you always hope that you're close to the control and that you will find it very soon, but yeah, it's easy to say afterwards.
Of course. And Gustav Bergman keeping the same pace as Magnadeli. All 3 of these athletes are running very, very similar speeds. We haven't seen much changes in this second part of the race. But France, we will see, and Sweden both have L on this 12, on control 12, which is, I think, slightly shorter than K that Magnadeli of Norway has.
Well, I wouldn't say it's shorter. It's I don't think they differ that much. If you have your control, if you can run to it directly without doing any mistakes, then you don't lose time on any of the controls.
And Kibberts has caught up some time on the leaders, caught up some distance definitely, and overtaken some of those who were having trouble on this third leg. Tua Lassen, Frederick Portin we saw making a little mistake as well, and is catching up on Latvia and Russia, who are making their way through the spectator loop as well.
And there we see now that the gap between Norway and France is less than a minute. So Daly lost some seconds on the control K there. And we also see that Sweden is going down to the depression, taking that as a feature to read the way into the control.
So Tua Lassen, who's a fixture in the sprint relay team for Denmark, he didn't run the middle distance, and it was also Frederick Portin from Finland as well there. And yep, the gap is less than a minute, and as we can see, we will see them again at control number 15. And here it's about taking some good micro route choices and making your way through this fairly green terrain. This part of the map is slightly different to the rest of it. Different type of forest, a lot more bushes there, which is what you can see that distinguishes the green. And Laurissild heading to control K at number 12. There's not been a problem though for Bergman of Sweden either, and we can see the gap is 39-40 seconds, so that's forking 20 seconds quicker, although the gap is growing a little bit, well, as they go through some of the tougher parts of the terrain. So into control 15, this is Magni Daly. No hesitations as he goes through that control, some great control flow we can see there. And let's see what the actual gap is from that forking over Thierry Georgiou. They were running very similar speeds in the forest. When there wasn't any forking, they were pretty much running the same times.
And I mean, Daly is aware of the situation, he's leading, so I'm sure he tries to put in some margin in his orienteering. He doesn't have to push so hard to risk anything, so that might be a reason why Georgiou is catching some seconds here as well.
So 45 seconds behind now. He's caught up about 35 seconds from the changeover, but there's not much of the course left to go. And I think Russia making a mistake with Leonid Novikov on the final leg. He ran too far up the track, I think, going into control 11. And a mistake for Russia will allow the likes of Switzerland and Finland to catch up.
And Latvia to pass as well. So now we have Switzerland in 6th position there and Finland in 7th.
So Gustav Bergman of Sweden has also benefited from the forking there, and he is just over a minute behind Georgiou.
And at this point it's one control left. That's quite difficult before we go in, a quite open and easy part in the end, and I don't expect anything to happen there, but still one tricky control left for Magni Daly.
Although this is orienteering and we all know that anything can happen, but the Norwegian is looking very strong through this terrain. Taking 4th place from the long distance, he's got some great legs, and this is where we can see the forest going into more of a white area, and they'll pick up this large depression that they have seen so many times on this course and over the last couple of days. So France and Georgiou losing a little bit of time going straight out to the path and trying to avoid the green. We saw earlier some of the runners going straight through that green. It didn't seem to be too bad.
We also see that Switzerland is catching time on Latvia there. And we also see that Russia lost a lot of time by doing that mistake to control number 11, I think it was.
So running behind the tall figure of Thierry Georgiou in his final race at World Championships level. But the gap to Estonia is 3 minutes and 37 seconds. But Lauri Sild is doing exactly what he needs to do. He hasn't made any mistakes, as loads of others have done behind him. The Russians, for example.
Yes, exactly. He's doing a good race, and all he can do is hope that some of the top 3 teams is doing a mistake in the end. And now we see that Magne Deli took the control without any problems, and we know on this last leg there's no forking at control number 16. So it looks quite promising for the Norwegian team.
Yep, I think you are correct there, as we see Magne Deli go and punch this control number 17. So he's only got 3 more controls to find, one of them being the last control on the edge of the arena for the Norwegians to defend their world title in the relay. We saw 3 Norwegians on the podium in the long distance race. They didn't have quite as good a day in the middle yesterday, but we know all 3 of them are very strong. So let's wait for Georgiou. How much time is the gap? How much time has he lost? And nope, that's not him, that's the Chinese athlete. And the gap to the Frenchman has grown. And here comes Georgiou. Very smooth, as always, through the control and taking the left-hand line, where there you can see there are lots of tracks through the grass here. Much easier to run in this open part than it was earlier on.
So now we are live, and we see that Gustav Bergman, he was able to catch some time on Georgiou. So Georgiou lost some seconds there to the 16th control, but well, it doesn't really matter. There doesn't seem to be a chance for gold, and for him it's more about save the silver medal here.
Well, we all know Georgiou has so much experience at running orienteering competitions and at running relays, so he knows exactly what he has to do for this race, and he will know, he'll probably have got some feedback that Switzerland were making some big mistakes.
Once again from the Norwegian guys, Estonia and Magne in the most leg. And it will be a 12 gold medal from the Norwegian hand in history, here in Estonia, and the second straight gold.
So we're waiting at the finish. We're waiting at the final control 20, and here comes the Norwegian. Magne Deli has been able to maintain the gap that Olaf Lundenes made for him and has not put a foot wrong on this course. So the Norwegian knows he's got a great gap as he's cheered on by the supporters and goes over the bridge and can join his teammates with time to spare. They can run down the hill together flying the Norwegian flag, and they have time together to celebrate on this run through. And the Norwegians, they can celebrate with all their supporters. They've got time and they are defending world champions. What great races from the Norwegians.
Yeah, very impressive all the way, starting with Eskil Skinniberg, who now won 3 big relays this year. He won Tiomila, he won Jukkola, now he wins the World Championships. Very impressive. He didn't do any mistakes, it seemed. Neither did Olav Lundanes, going very strong on the second leg. And Magnedelli did exactly what he had to do. He didn't have to take any risk, so he stopped when he was unsecure and saving the gold medal for Norway.
So, for the last time, unless he decides to make a comeback, but we think it's for the last time, Georgiou is able to make his way into the run-in in his final competition at World Championships level. He also knows that he's got a gap to third place and can be joined by Frédéric Tronchon and Lucas Basset, the teammates from France. The great runners, all 3 of them, but with the king of the middle distance in the middle, they can say hello to their supporters, and it's a really great silver medal for the team from France after Tronchon came back first and Georgiou has enough time to be able to walk across the line. And the gap is 1 hour and 16, 1 minute and 16.
And also the French team did a very good job. We had Tronchon on the first leg doing a great race, and then we had Basset. He had some problems in some parts of the court, but he did a good race overall. And then what a pleasure to follow Thierry Georgiou in his last race here.
And this is bronze. It is Sweden with Johan Runesson, William Lind and Gustav Bergman on the final leg. They can pick up the Swedish flags, and they too have time to jog across the line as a trio. And what great running. A few mistakes, I think, on the first leg for Sweden, but not too bad. And Gustav Bergman was able to keep it clean on the final leg, the important one.
Well, I would say that also Johan Runesson did a very good job. It's not easy to run the first leg in a team that's among the favorites, and he was very active from the start. Yeah, of course he missed some seconds, but he was still able to keep in the leading group all the way in, so he did a good job. And then he had William Lind. He lost some seconds in some forkings, but still he came back in a good position. And then Gustav did a great race, not missing anything and saving the bronze medal for Sweden.
So just into the arena, we can see now, and coming around the corner to this final control. Well, after Bulgaria, we are still waiting for the Estonian Larry Sild, who we just saw on camera there, coming to the penultimate control. So we will see him emerging from the forest now, and he is coming around the corner where the final control for the middle distance was, and you'll just see him on the picture there. What a great race for the Estonians, especially the Sild brothers, who have really kept it together when so many people were making mistakes around them. And the whole arena is going to clap him in to the finish. Such a great improvement on 8th place on last year, running on home soil, and the team can join them. It's not normal that we have a 4th place run-in with the whole team, but here on home soil in these World Championships from Tartu in Estonia, the team can run into 4th place together, holding the flag with Larry Sild on the anchor leg.
Yeah, very well deserved. They did exactly what they can do, what they're able to do. I mean, Kenny Kivikas did a good job on the first leg, and then the Sild brothers, they didn't miss anything, and they saved that 4th place. It's not easy. I mean, there are many big teams around, and we have seen many big teams missing, but they didn't, so that's a very good job from them.
And this was a replay.
And we see the replay. Interesting there with Switzerland, Latvia and Russia coming to the 16th control. And it seems as if we would see a battle for the 5th place here between Switzerland, Russia, Finland and Latvia.
But Kibels is staying ahead of all the others, and there's no forking on this final loop, as we know.
Yeah, but I'm sure they are aware of that there is no forking, and we also saw Latvia doing quite a big, Lithuania, sorry, a big mistake there.
Kiburtz jumps the fallen tree and just lost the control. Here it is.
I'm sure we'll see Russia very soon coming to the picture as well. Right there.
Yeah, this is Lena Novikov, the surprise silver medal from the long distance. So all they have to do is get the final control and then make their way through the run-in. It's going to be a sprint finish, I think. This is Latvia and Finland, though. They're going to be, I think, now out of 5th place. So it will be Switzerland and Russia running for 5th place. And I can see Switzerland coming out of the woods first. And Kiburtz has got a gap on Novikov. As Novikov, we can see him now. A good gap on Kiburtz, just some running through the forest. He knew the Russian will have caught some time on him, and that's the gap. Surely Novikov has too much to do to catch up Kiburtz now on this final loop, and Kiburtz takes a look back. He knows he's got some time. I can even acknowledge one of the spectators, and it's going to be a good recovery, I think, from the Swiss team, who lost so much time in the first control on the first leg. So Kiburtz able to take the 5th place for Switzerland. It's not what they would have wanted.
No, but we see that they worked their way up from 15th place after the first leg, more than almost 5 minutes behind, to 5th place in the finish with a bit more than 6 minutes behind. So still quite a good job of Hoopman and Kiburtz. It's not easy when you're that far behind. Not only that's mentally tough, but you don't have the help of the other runners. So it's a good job of those two world champions, or former world champions.
So there we have the top 8 in 7 minutes, and this is Tua Lassen. For Denmark, we also saw Denmark were in contention at the beginning of the race with a great leg from Søren Bobak, and then some mistakes from Tor Norskov on second leg really put them behind, and Tua Lassen has been chasing ever since. So 7 minutes 33 for Denmark.
Yeah, we had Søren Bobak doing a really great race on the first leg there, in his only race at these World Championships, and then unfortunately Tor Norskov lost a lot of time on the second one. He did a great job yesterday, so maybe he felt a bit too secure with his technique and his orienteering. I don't know what happened there, but yeah.
This is Ruslan Glebov. The Ukrainians were running with Estonia for a long way with a great leg from Kratov, but Glebov, we saw him make a big mistake into control 16.
Yeah, together with Lithuania.
So Ukraine will complete the top 10, 8 minutes and 30 seconds behind in this race. Now we hope we will hear from Magne Daly, who ran the final leg for Norway, and that was a minute and 16-second lead in the end over Thierry Georgiou, who wasn't able to catch up that much time in the end. And then Sweden took third. Again, a nearly 2-minute gap over Estonia, and then still big gaps to Switzerland, who just edged out Russia to complete the podium. But great result, great performances all round for Norway to win.
Yeah, definitely. And the race was as we expected and beforehand. It's all about having the technique and being focused all the way. As long as you don't do big mistakes, you can still be within the fight for the medals. And we saw Switzerland doing a big mistake on the first control already on the first leg and losing the whole competition there.
And the Czech Republic with Wojtek Kral going to come into 11th place. They're a team who we saw go through in the top 7. They came through in 4th place after the first leg, and then some mistakes from Jan Sedevi.
Yeah,
really,
we saw that he was running the wrong loop on the second part of the course, which is very unfortunate for them because they were they were together with other leading teams there, so that's a pity for the Czech.
Yeah, dropped down into 13th place, but Kral has been able to catch up a couple of places there. As we're still waiting for Poland to come through, and of course the team from Lithuania. I don't think we've had them cross the line, as we've seen some big mistakes on third leg.
Yeah, it's such a pity for Lithuania. I mean, they did a really good job on the first 2 legs, and I also think that Patkevicius started really well on the first and second control. He didn't have the same forking as Georgiou, but still he managed to keep his stuff together, and he was good there. But then he came to this directly to the fourth control instead to the third control, and I think he lost a bit the focus there, and maybe also a bit his confidence.
Yep, here we have the Lithuanian coming in just behind the team from Poland to take 12th and 13th place. So running time now going up to 1 hour 45.
On his way to the finish for Belarus into 14th position for Belarus. We have doing 30 minutes. 30 minutes to start for Iran. So, ladies and gentlemen, time for the flower ceremony.
So as we wrap this race up, it's time for the flower ceremony. Of course, medals will be awarded a little bit later after all the results have been confirmed and made official. So these were the top 3 teams in the end.
Flowers will be presented by the president of Cobras, one of 3.
After some of our favourites made devastating mistakes at the beginning of the course, completely put the likes of Switzerland and Britain out of contention. But in third place and bronze medals, defending the bronze medal, it was Sweden. Johan Runesson, William Lind and Gustav Bergman in the opposite order from what you see there.
In second place and the silver
So to take second and the silver medal, the team of France with Frédéric Tronchin, Luc Basset and Thierry Georgiou. A great improvement on their 6th place from last year, and the best. Great performances all round after Frédéric Tronchin came into first place. Luca Basset drops a little bit after some mistakes, and then
in the fourth place.
Georgiou was able to have a very clean race and hang on to the silver medalist. But the gold medalists defending their World Championship title, it is Norway. With Eskil Skinneberg, Olaf Lindenez and Magna Daly taking the final and anchor leg. It was Olaf Lindenez who was able to make the gap on the rest of the field, but really it was 3 great route choices from the men who were all on the podium at the long distance race on Tuesday. They have defended their world title, and those are the top 3 teams able to receive their flowers in front of the crowds here at the arena in Vitipalu. So as the teams come forward and are getting their photos taken, we can reflect on what was an intense race. Jonas Mattes is going to come and commentate for the women's race with me, but you were watching the GPS routes of the men's race. What did you make of it all?
Yeah, I think you were talking about it quite a lot in this kind of terrain, and in the relay it's always about trying to avoid the mistakes, and that's what the Norwegians managed best to do. So and I was a little surprised that we saw so many really big mistakes, because the runners, they knew what to expect after yesterday. But still, I think it proves that running a relay is always special. There is special pressure on you. There are a lot of people around, and so I think, as we are looking forward to the women's race soon to start, we will see some similar things going on there.
Absolutely, and I just want to turn everyone's attention back to oh, okay, shoes going into the crowd as well as flowers, and that was great excitement there to try and catch one of the shoes from the last ever race of Thierry Jojo. You know, he doesn't need them anymore.
He probably needs them. He's going to be a coach for the Swedish teams, and I'm sure he will be out in the forest for a lot of time in the future as well. He just loves the sport too much.
So, before we move on to the women's race, these are some of the highlights from today's men's race, won of course by Norway. So we move on to the women's competition. They will start in about 8 minutes' time. But let me turn your memory back to this time last year in Strömstad, where we saw an epic race with many of the top athletes making some mistakes out in the terrain. And if the women's relay race is going to be anything like this last men's race, it's certainly going to be exciting. And as we think it could be fairly open with some of the amongst the top teams as to who takes the medals and who takes the win at these World Championships. Who are the favourites, do you think, today, Jonas?
Yeah, for me, the big favourite is the Swedish team. Not only because they have reigning world champion in long and middle distance Tove Alexandersson on their last leg, but also Emma Johansson, who came 6th in the long distance, and Helle Johansson coming 6th in the middle distance. They usually they are quite stable, and if they manage to keep their orienteering sort of clean, and if they can send out Alexandersson in a good position, then Sweden is going to be hard to beat, I think.
Okay, so talk me through this 4.8 kilometre course.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than the men's course. The women have this shorter forking to the first one, then they go to 2 and 3 in this quite open forest, and then there's this long way back, the same leg the men had towards the end of their course to control number 4, which is a forking. Then 5 is again the TV control. Then we have the same forking we saw earlier on in the men's course at control number 6, the arena run through, and then I think this is going to be interesting. It's the same forking the men had on their first control, and we saw many problems there, most of the problems going into the red forking. So yeah, probably there is going to be like some key situation there. And then again out to this yellow area where we have TV again, back into the tricky area and coming to the finish. It's a little bit different. I think the women's course, the first loop is not that tricky. Like the first control is of course forked, but still shouldn't be a big problem, I think. But then coming maybe into 4th, we will see some mistakes, and of course after the arena passage, that's going to be probably the most tricky leg there, going to control number 10. Here we see again a pre-runner running in the forest. You probably seen some of those pictures. It's actually leg number 8 in the women's course.
And they will pass very closely by one of the men's controls up on the spur just to the left of picture there. And this part of the forest there are a lot of fallen trees down as well, so but the forkings here and the actual entrance to this control shouldn't be too tricky, even though it's only 2.5 meter contours.
Yeah, it's still quite clear, the contours here in this part of the terrain, and I think, yeah, probably not the most difficult leg on the course. Here you see that the runnability is not perfect in all the places. There is a lot of wood on the ground, and here is the start list.
Who do you think here on the start list? Of course, they're going off in the same order that they finished last World Championships in Strömstad. Who could be making some good ground?
I talked about Sweden earlier on. I think Russia is going to be again one of the contenders for the gold medal. They are running in the same order as they did last year, so they know how to win it. And then, of course, I think Finland is maybe slightly, or should be slightly stronger today than Denmark, because Denmark is missing Ida Bobach, who is out because of a foot injury and is not able to compete. So they replaced Bobach with the first legs will be run by Miritrane Ödum and Cecilie Friberg-Klusner. Maybe not the big names in forest orienteering.
No, I think they said they're aiming for a podium position, so top 6, and I think that's realistic for the young team, who some of their best runners are out of action. So we've got 3 minutes to go.
I didn't talk about the Norwegian team. I think they have a really interesting team as well. They will be, or Ingrid Myhre is going to run the first leg for them, and then we have Marianne Andersen, the silver medalist from yesterday's middle distance race, and on the last leg, Anne Margrethe Hauske Nordberg. So the last 2 legs, they have a lot of experience there. So I think they can be quite dangerous today.
Yeah, experience and knowing how to run this sort of terrain we saw was very important yesterday, with the experienced runners doing well, but also they will know how to run relays and to cope with the pressure. So number 1 and the defending world champions, starting with Anastasia Rudnaya, Svetlana Mironova and Natalia Gempela. In 2, defending silver, Miri Throin Erdem, Cecilia Friberg-Klusner, and of course finishing with Maya Alm. Now a lot of the teams are running their best runner on last leg. This is Finland, Venla Harju, Merika Teni and Merja Rantanen. Harju getting a bronze medal yesterday in the middle, and Elena Rus, Julia Gross, Sabine Hausert for Switzerland. The Swedes, who we expect to do well, starting with Emma Johansson and Helena Janssen and Tuva Alexanderson, and the Norwegians, Inge Myhre, Marianne Andersen and Anne Margrethe Hauske Nordberg, completing that lineup. Megan Carter-Davies for Great Britain, also running with Kat Taylor and Holly Orr. They could be a pretty good team, and they will have hopefully had some good feedback from Jess Tully, who had a great 15th place, and she had the tactics exactly right yesterday to keep it steady and keep in contact with the map, limiting any mistakes. The French team as well were 7th last year, and with the experienced Inge Damber going on first, she had a good middle distance race yesterday. She could well be amongst the leaders in the first part. And from Estonia, Annika Rima, Lise Johansson and Everi Kersaku. We saw the Estonians running well in the men's race. Will the women be able to match it? I think it's going to be a bit more difficult for them, but you never know what's going to happen in this relay, and we've seen it in the men's competition. So 30 seconds for them to start. You can see how they're all just got their compass hand raised, and they are checking the direction so they know exactly which way to go the map. Venla Harju looking very eager, and the magnifier there on Rudnaya. It's not that detailed, this map, but if you've got bad eyesight, then a magnifier does some wonders. 5 seconds. So the women are off on their relay. 3 legs of intense and technical running out in the forest, and on their run out to the start triangle, we will see them come round the corner with Venla Harju taking a good lead for Finland, Norway, Denmark, Russia, all in the lead. Anastasia Runaya, and they're already looking well at their maps to make sure they have a good route out. Now they'll take a slightly different angle out of this first control, out of the start, and you can see them splitting up already, deciding to go into this area that's been cut a bit more as they take a more right-hand route, and the American and the athlete from Hong Kong, they're possibly choosing to go around, in fact, this larger depression. But it's Finland and Venla Harju who had a great run yesterday. She took 4th in the sprint, but she bettered it with a bronze in the middle, and there she is running ahead, and Anastasia Rudnaya will be just behind our camera shot.
Yeah, let's see if some women are doing the same mistake as we saw on the men's course, that some are following the leader and not checking their own direction to their own forking. It seems though that everyone is checking the direction carefully and reading the map carefully, because of course they know that the first control is always forked.
Yep, so Erdem leading out this forking, and ahead of the Russian there as they go to different controls. Finland has got control C, Sweden B, Russia and Switzerland have got A, Norway taking the different route choice and being able to split away from the rest of the leading athletes, from the athletes from the top nations who expect to be doing well, taking a different route into control C. But it looking good for Venla Harju as she gets into control C. Not seem to be too many problems at this control, number 1.
No, it doesn't seem to be any problem from the GPS, but yeah, I mean it's a lot short. The control is much shorter than the men's. It's a lot easier, and even the women were running here yesterday in this part of the terrain, so they know. Yeah, they don't know the whole area, but they know what to expect there, and yeah, I think it was not the hardest control on the course, this first one.
So Erdem from Denmark, there's Latvia, that looks like Estonia as well, and Emma Johansson is taking it easy, I think, on the first leg. She's not attacking too much. She knows that people will make mistakes, and she just needs to keep her orienteering good. And of course they have no idea that they're all going to this same control here, number 2. We'll see who's going to come and find it first, and it's Venla Harju who's you can see her looking at her map as she goes down this slope, and she has got the lead ahead of Russia and Rudnaya. And then next into the control is Elena Rus for Switzerland, also
Nadia Wolinska for Ukraine, and Inga Damme, who we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, and there's also for Norway Inge Mura, Miritrain Odom has approached that control from a different direction, but everybody going very similar route choices. As I think we saw Emily Kemp run to the finish. She must be running the last leg on the men's course.
That's interesting.
So the gap here, everyone running together within 14 seconds. Manigoku there, Denmark, Erdem has dropped behind with another group with still Megan Carter-Davies in there, and everyone really coming through together. Nobody's been split up yet, or especially from this first forking, which wasn't that interesting. Lizzie Ingham and Inaga from Japan looking very good. Laura Ramstein from Austria. And we also have Laurent Beauvisage and Ilieva from Bulgaria.
I think you know that the first control wasn't that difficult when you have Japan passing through 35 seconds after the leading Finnish team.
That is true indeed, but they will take the more difficult route out of the arena when they go and find control number 10, which is where we saw so many of the men messing up. But there's still some route choices to be taken into control number 4, as all of the women choosing to head out to the track. And I think obviously they're all being led by Ben Lahayu there. And at this early stage in the race, people don't want to take too many risks. So it's Finland from Russia, Switzerland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark. Czech Republic is going straight. Let's see if she loses time going through the green. I think so.
I think in the men's course it was almost better to go straight, but maybe that's different here, as it seems like Czech Republic is losing a little bit of time compared to the other teams. Yeah,
still going through the green, not too bad actually, as I think Norway and Denmark are going to drop off the pace. Of course, there are lots more runners than just these GPS tracks we can see out in the forest, but if we put everyone on, then you wouldn't be able to see where anybody was. So we're focusing on the main teams who we are expecting to do well out in this competition, and everyone will head down this track to the track junction and from there go straight. It's an area of forest that they are used to, but people have been making mistakes.
I think we see only, I think the most of those teams had control number D afterwards, so they can probably follow each other. In here, I think it was Norway maybe who had the other forking.
But Finland leading out Russia, and I think we saw Elina Rus of Switzerland and running 4 different things there, and this is Megan Carter-Davies at the back of one of these groups, just trying to get through these fallen trees, and she's following Inge Mure from Norway, staying at the back of all of these runners, and that's the track that they will cross, one of the tracks out there in the forest. And Megan just heading down into this large depression and being followed by Belarus. But on the left of picture, we're running behind Emma Johansson, who has actually caught up some time. I think being slow and steady, well, at the beginning of the race, not getting too excited is pretty good, and actually she's still up there with the main contenders.
Seems like they're all together, and Norway should go to control number E, but almost all the other teams, I think, have control number D, so that could be a small disadvantage for Norway if they lose contact here on this forking to Finland, who is still going strong when Lahario seems to be leading the group.
Yeah, but these controls are very, very close together, and they'll probably all see each other pretty closely at control 5, and they will definitely still be running together with lots of others. But Denmark, with Miri Thrane Erdem in her first World Championships, is a bit off the pace of some of the others.
Yeah, and it seems that she chose to run on her own. That's for sure a good thing, but maybe she's... she seems to be okay.
And has anyone actually got control D yet?
Not quite sure if they got it. I think Sweden is turning around now.
There we go.
So
some mistakes into that control.
Yeah, they were really close, but they didn't see the control. And now I think the other ones noticed, and we see Norway still has to go up this slope there. So I think that wasn't that lucky for Norway, and even Denmark and Czech Republic seemed to lose time and run to the wrong control. And Norway still didn't punch there, so yeah, some problem for Norway already.
Yeah, so here at control number 5, it is Emma Johansson with a 3-second lead over Annika Rima from Estonia, and what a great run from the Estonian to be in contention and the leading group, and Valinska as well, only 10 seconds down. Johansson was the first to notice that the pack had made a mistake to control 4, and these all are running from the other way. It's Harju Scale from Italy doing well, Renaya from Russia, Elena Rus, Megan Carter-Davies in 8th place, Jakub Kina from Belarus in 9th, Inga Damba in 10th for Latvia, Poland, Hungary. Inga Mure is down off the leaders for Norway with 33 seconds down. the weakest of the 3 Norwegian runners who are making up the team today, and they will head out to the track and cross, and that's the lead that Emma Johansson has.
Really good starts for the Swede, and we saw earlier on that I think she was taking it quite easy or quite carefully in the beginning, but that totally paid off. It seems that she has a small gap already to the other competitors.
But this was a mistake from Czech Republic, and we saw France, and they've kind of lost time to France and Erdem. We saw Indrakova and Erdem make mistakes there, and they've dropped back down the field. Let's see what happened.
Yeah, they should have gone up to the spur, but they stayed too low in the depression, and they ran past the control. And I think the biggest mistake came from Denmark and Czech. They ran up to, Denmark ran up to the wrong control there. Still, Sweden is going strong, and Finland seems to have a little bit problems with keeping direction, but should be okay. Finland, Russia and Norway, they should go to the right hand control there into the 6th control.
But Rudnaya is running alongside Elena Roos, and she really has to drop down to the right if she's going to get this control. Of course, they have no idea how the forkings are looking, and Rudnaya really has to realise that this is not her control. And Inge Mura is also making a mistake, I think, to this control and just following the group down into control G. Both of them have to realise that that is not their control and make their way further south. Meanwhile, Denmark and France are taking different route choices to get to control F. But it is that lead of Sweden that's looking good at the moment.
Yeah, Norway had some problems into control number 4 and 6, so they are in the defense, or they're a bit behind now. So it's gonna be quite interesting to follow Ingrid Mure, how she can manage, for example, control number 10, the tricky one, when she's already a bit stressed.
So we haven't seen any major disasters yet, as we just see Estonia on the GPS routes as well. They're doing very, very well in first, and Finland is, I think, going to take a different route choice, as well as Elena Roos for Switzerland. They're going to take different routes into control 7. Although actually not taking the path, just a different route up and out of this slope, which has actually got a lot of fallen trees down there. It was quite rough when I was running down there earlier. And Russia has dropped back. Now they're going a bit straighter. I think that's going to be a bit better, as long as they can actually attack that route. It's pretty open at control number 7, and actually they should be able to find it fairly easily. But Selena Roos is going to go along the track and then cut in after the hill on the left. But she's going to be possibly being caught by Norway and Russia. And I think a mistake for Czech Republic team also at that point at control 6, as they both need to head right. Okay, so Emma Johansson with the lead from Sweden. And possible mistake there for Estonia. But Finland taking control 7 ahead of Switzerland and Elena Roos. And then behind them, Norway, Russia running together. Denmark, Erdem has not made too many more mistakes in these controls, and has, I think, that route choice into control 6 going down the re-entrant made it very, I think, no danger of going wrong, I think, there, and accidentally going to the wrong control. I feel that the Estonian must have, Annika Riemann must have punched the control, and she's heading out actually onto the track to get to this control D, 8D. In fact, Finland, Switzerland, Estonia and Sweden all have control D, but later Norway and Russia will be split up as they have the different controls on this forking. But that is a lead for Emma Johansson, as she will make her way to the arena passage and we're looking out of our commentary box to see whether we can see her, possibly the Estonian, running a bit too far before cutting in to find this control D, and Finland and Switzerland have both made it to that control. Okay, so let's wait. Who we will see, Emma Johansson from Sweden, and what will the gap be? The Swedes had a very good race, having good tactics in here, and this is her. We can see her coming out of the forest. So the time at this point is 15 minutes and 10 seconds, and again she's not getting too excited as she runs through this part of the course. She's already turned her map over, and she knows that it's going to be a long leg out for control 10, where she really will have to focus and do some good orienteering. Now her speed doesn't look from this angle particularly high, but we know she's got good orienteering.
And it's a perfect start for the Swedish team, leading with more than 30 seconds already after half of the first leg. But I think the second loop is going to be a little bit more decisive, with more tricky controls to pick, and maybe also bigger mistakes than we saw in this early part of the course.
Yep, I think that is correct. I think that the first part of the course is a lot more obvious as Van der Hardy comes around, and Roos is next for Switzerland, with Müller 16 seconds behind for Norway. So all of the major teams have made some good routes at the beginning of the course. So we see Rodnaya Rima, Cic from Poland, Inga Damba, Fanny Giacco for Hungary, all completing the top 8. So after the first three have got some gaps, but here is a group all running together. So a minute 19 down to Hungary and Latvia as they just refold the maps going over the bridge. Rudnaya there leading out this group that are all running together. 5 women from numbers 4 to 8 all in a group together, but that could actually be a disadvantage when they've got some forking into control 10. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you're correct. We saw that in the men's course. It's really hard to stay calm in a group, and I think it's advantage for the Swedes that Emma Johansson is alone out there, and so she can focus totally on her own map.
Now gap to Laura Ramstein for Austria, and that's a minute and 10 seconds, and I think some people have been having difficulties out in the forest because we saw the likes of Denmark, who weren't too far behind. Scale has also punched this control just before the arena, and we're still waiting on some of the other teams. And it's Megan Carter-Davies from the UK as she just trips over. Make sure she's got the punch though, and the lights are lighting up on the GPS routes. She's done it, but out on the second loop of first leg. We're running once again behind our leader, Emma Johansson.
Great pictures from the forest. You really see what kind of challenges the runners face.
And what kind of challenges our cameramen face as they all have to follow these top athletes, and you can really visualize what it's like. But it's Van der Hardy and Emma Johansson. They've split up, taking different route choices. The gap was 36 seconds though at the arena run through, so they won't be seeing each other out in the forest. So they could be on the same control, they could be on different controls, but running solo could be an advantage. And here's Denmark coming through, and that is a gap. So 3 minutes 19 seconds behind in 15th position, I think. That's what I heard Per Forsberg say. These are the standings though after 2.3 kilometers of running. Sweden, Finland, Switzerland and Norway, and then a big group of Russia, Estonia, Poland, Latvia, Hungary, all together, then a minute 10 second gap. Italy, Great Britain in 12th, Denmark down in 15th. I think there must have been some mistakes for Merito and Erdem out in the latter part of that loop. And we also have France, Czech Republic, Bulgaria, Ukraine in there as well. Looking good for Spain and Portugal. Okay, here's some replay. Oh, what's happened to Emma Johansson?
I think she's in control there. Yeah. But it seems that Finla Harju maybe has a little bit higher speed, and interesting route choice from Elena Roos from Switzerland.
So the gap from Sweden to Finland we think is 27 seconds, but the two of them are going to different controls.
And I think in the men's course the option J, like Finland has, was probably the fastest or the easiest, but it's quite interesting that Harju didn't choose to run down the deep or the big depression, and yeah, I think it was probably not the best route choice concerning runnability there. But even Johansson seems to have control, and Norway is catching some time because she was running in the depression.
Yep, and Mira seems to know exactly where she's going, but I think Annika Rima, the Estonian, she's going to control I. Hopefully she's not going to be dragged off course by the Russian, by Denisova. Latvia also going to control I, and you can see the different route choices there.
Not sure if Sweden, Helena or Emma Johansson punched her control because she's leaving in a strange direction. I think it's the same. Yeah, it's the same control that Fabian Hertner for Switzerland missed by almost 4 minutes. It seems to be the hardest one of these three controls, and I'm pretty sure that she actually maybe she punched, but she just entered or went out of the control in the wrong direction.
Yeah, I think otherwise she would probably see Venla Harju coming up behind her and would be have seen. I think she would have realised if she'd gone too far and would have already turned back. So the fact that she's running with the Finn now, who's caught up those 36 seconds because of a mistake, and we see that Switzerland has managed to make it to control H, but Russia and Estonia, both of them missing their controls. Russia, Anastasia Rudnaya knows she's got to go back. But yes, I think Nura with control J is looking really good, actually going into third place now, and the Latvian Inga Damba into control I. Doesn't seem to be too many problems. I think the GPS route's not quite going to there, and I think Annika Rima doesn't know where she is.
No, this could be a bigger mistake, and an interesting route choice from Denmark. And even in the lead or among the leaders, we see some splitting up. I think Finland had a little bit the shorter forking there, and Sweden chose to run down to the path there. Don't think that this pays off. I think it's too far to go around.
Well, they were running very closely together on their way to control number 11, so we'll see who makes it to 12 first, as Denmark and Erdem goes along the path, taking a safer route into control I. Czech Republic also has I, and so does Estonia, but Annika Rima, I think she has no idea where she is.
She's gonna lose minutes, that's sure.
That's very true. And has Russia, not sure if Russia managed to make it to that control either, but this is Venla Harju, who chose to go straight. She's made her way out into this open area, and it's a case of looking up and finding the hill. In fact, when I came out of the forest there, I could see the control, so I'm not really sure why people, especially on the men's course, have had some problems with it, because you can in fact see it and know you just have to run straight. So I don't really understand. It's on a spur. You can see the spur. In fact, there's the control. I think it depends, like, the angle that you come out at this course, and this is the time that Emma Johansson has lost for going around on the path. But I think she is a lot more confident going into, I don't know, she's looking around a lot and looking in the wrong direction. to go into this control, but she may well hear Van Hayu going through these bushes, and there she's found the control. I think possibly she was looking over as well to where the next control is, where control 4 is, and we will see the gap at this point. Sorry, control 13. It was control 4 on the men's.
And after those rather easy controls out in the yellow, the women will turn back to the forest and have a rather long leg, which is quite interesting and maybe also a little bit more tricky than these two controls, even though Hario didn't seem to have the best flow here.
Not at all, and the gap is down to 8 seconds. There was a 36-second gap, and I really don't understand why some of the women are struggling on these controls because, well, I mean, if they approach them from different directions, okay, yes, but they're just looking for the main spur. I think Ingemira swallowed a fly. But I think a lot of the women are going far too high into control 13. And Ingemira has found this control. She's approached it, I think, from a better direction and not taking too much height. You saw a lot of the women really climb quite high and approach the control from the top, and I don't think you get the best visibility on the actual control site at that point. So Mura has, I think, caught a lot of time up on Finland as well, and this looks like, I think it's Latvia and Russia with Inga Dambe and
Anastasia
Rudnaja. So the group that was running together has been split up as I think you predicted quite rightly into the second half of the course is more complicated, and we've seen some mistakes here at this point. So Latvia into 4th and Russia and Rudnaya into 5th, and they are thinking about a good way to get out of this control. I think there was a route that's been cut into this semi-open for the camera cables as well. And Elena Rus is lost in this area of bushes as well. And she's with Fanny Gierko of Hungary.
Seems like Elena Rose has lost some time. She was passing through the arena on 3rd spot, only 44 seconds down, so she lost quite a lot of time through this forking after the arena passage. And even now I think she's doesn't seem to have full control there.
Yeah, looking around her a lot, but also planning ahead for where to go next. And this is the view of control 13. Waiting for Gierko and for Rus. And I think they will both approach this control from the top, not being great on the directions, and they are so close. Who spots it first? I think they both get it together, and these big bushes are proving tricky, and Elena Rus is able to move into the route choice to control 14 better. This is some of the routes though.
There we see Sweden, Finland and Norway. Yeah, Sweden didn't run out of the control very smoothly, but otherwise the 3 Scandinavian teams ran pretty well through this forking, and so they managed to get a small gap ahead of Russia. Yeah, and now we see that they split up in the forest. Harju team seems to have a little bit higher speed, but now Sweden is going slightly more direct into control number 14. So Emma Johansson is doing a great technical job.
Yep, and we saw further behind her Inga Dambe has taken the path route choice, and they're both going to the same control here. In fact, all 6 of them are going to L. So, I mean, not very much forking for these leading athletes, and it is Emma Johansson who makes it to this control first, as Van Hayu has to go up and over the hill to find this control 14. And then they have got there are 18 controls on this course, and once they've done this control 14, that is all the really tricky part of this course over and done with. So as long as everyone makes it successfully to control 14, then we shouldn't be having too many problems. Further back, Roos of Switzerland and Gierko of Hungary also still running together. And Norway, I think Mira is just being hesitant as she approaches the top of this hill, making sure she gets the right direction, as that's a hill that changes, it's quite curved. So into this control 15 first, it's Emma Johansson. And what is the lead?
More than expected.
I think you can say that very much the case when Van Hayu had almost overtaken Emma Johansson at one point, but where is the Finn? And here she comes from an odd direction.
It seems from the pictures that Harju is pushing a little bit harder than Johansson, but Johansson is gaining a bit by going more clean on this course.
And as Hayu just punches number 15, this is already Johansson into 16, and they've only got 2 more controls left on this course, and they are 2 controls that shouldn't provide too many challenges to the athletes out here. Fairly simple navigation. So the first 2 are through and there's a gap. In fact, the gap of Hayu has grown from when they did the changeover. And this is Inge Müller also approaching from a strange direction.
She lost also almost a minute through this control number 14 and 15 compared to Johansson.
So these were the routes.
So here we see the mistake from Harju, and I think Ingrid Müller does the same direction error. She's even following the wrong, or the path or the track going from 15 to 16. And probably even Latvia does the same mistake.
Yeah, well, Latvia is the brown, so I think
it's Russia,
Radnaya of Russia. But if you go through the little bit of yellow on that control, it's actually pretty okay to find it. And
this is a big mistake from Denmark. Oi, oi, oi.
And surely you must realise you're in the bottom of that great big depression, but you decided to go back out to the track. Did Odom, who took 40th place in the middle distance. But here's Latvia and Norway.
So it seems that Inga Damme has got some time compared to Norway. Ingrid Myhre. But now we see Emma Johansson approaching the last control already.
So what a great steady leg for the Swede on the first leg. We said even at the beginning she looked to be very, very calm in the forest and just keep the orienteering good. She wasn't going at too high a speed, and what a great race for Emma Johansson, not making mistakes out in the forest, not too much apart from that 2, probably 11 and 12, but a great first start and a good lead for the Swede. She'll pass over to Helena Jansson.
And this is the perfect start for the Swedes. They know they have the best orienteer in the world on her last leg, and even Helena Jansson knows how it feels to run out in the lead. She did that in the sprint relay.
So I think some advice being given from Emma Johansson on the change over there, and the gap to Van Hayu is, I think, quite a lot of time. At the first changeover, Sweden were ahead by 36 seconds, and as the Finn is yet to cross the bridge, let's see what the gap is. We see Monika Taney is ready to take the second leg ahead after Van Hayu, who sprints down the run in. She will cross the finish line, take a left-hand bend, and then pick up the map to give to her teammate Marika Taini, who's taken the 9th place on the middle distance for Finland yesterday. So Venlahaju is done in, but she away. Okay, who are we waiting for next? This is Anastasia Rodnaya, but she is behind on Ingemira, who will we wait to see next out of the forest? Will it be the Latvian Inga Damba? And yes, it is. Great start for the Latvian, who was 11th in the middle distance yesterday. Some great orienteering in the forest, and not making as many mistakes out on that course.
But of course it will be difficult for Latvia to stay ahead of the Norwegians, because the Norwegians will have two very experienced relay runners, and yeah, the Latvians will probably have some hard time keeping this lead to Norway and even Russia.
Svetlana Mironova will be doing the next leg for Russia, and the gap is 2 minutes. So those are the top 5 in 2 minutes and 7 seconds of each other. So we are out in the forest with the second leg runner from Sweden. It's Helena Jansson, who of course was on the winning sprint relay team and has had some solid, if not medal performances in the 2 forest races that she did. And Elena Rus was coming round the corner for Switzerland. We saw her lose some time out at control number 10, I think that was for her. But she's coming around the corner and will hand over to Julia Gross, who is waiting there at the boards. So
we see some quite big gaps already. So Elena Roos comes in as number 5, but more than 3 minutes and 20 seconds behind the leading Swedes.
So she can hand the map over and her job is done for now.
And here's the GPS from Helena Jansson and also Marika Taini. But now we see Helena already at the second control. She seems to be really careful in map reading and checking the direction. She has all the experience needed for such a task, so I think she's going to be fine.
And do you think because she, led out the team and anchored the team to a gold medal in the sprint relay, she will be able to deal with the pressure of leading them out again?
Yeah, here I think it's a little bit less pressure because she knows she has Tove Alexandersson running after her. So still, if she's not, she doesn't really have to run the best leg ever, or the best. She doesn't need to do the best orienteering ever. She just has to stay calm and do her job, and then it will be enough. So I think it's a different situation for her, but still she has the experience. And Marika Taini, I think maybe gained some seconds, but
so we'll take her time coming to this control number 3, and the gap at the changeover was 45 seconds. So caught up a little bit of time, caught up 7 seconds on this early part, but we know that there was obviously some forking in the early first control. So it's not too much. They did have different controls. Finland had A and Sweden had C. And going a bit off the line possibly is Russia, who had B, and Julia Gross going into B for Sweden is also off the line.
For Switzerland, she maybe even stopped there, but I think she relocated.
So the gap is about 40 seconds between Sweden and Finland, as we see France, Ukraine, Spain come in through the finish.
Here we see Latvia, Russia, and even Norway with Marianne Andersen approaching the second control.
So Russia and Norway still running together. They came through in exactly the same time through the changeover.
Here they come. Yeah, about 2 minutes down to Helena Jansson. So they were catching some small seconds on the Swedes.
And we see Megan Carter-Davies come to cross the line into 16th place, running close with Italy and Poland as well. But Julia Gross is out for Switzerland, and did she make control one?
I don't think so. I think it's a big mistake because she's heading back now into the forest. She came out to the track, and that cost her more than a minute, that's for sure.
Well, she's able to relocate and now is heading directly to Control B.
Here we run after the leading Helena Jansson. She's going quite well in this first part. We see that she's heading down the big depression, and I think this is one of the places where the forest is best runnable. So that's for sure a good choice, and you are really sure where you are. You just have to check direction if you leave the bottom of this depression.
Although actually, if you're in the bottom of the depression, because some of the land higher up is green, it's sometimes difficult to see when you look up exactly what the land is doing. So it's quite a large depression, but it's not too tricky to see all the different shapes, and especially the ridge on the other side and the wider re-entrant which you'll need to take to actually get up to Control E. But there is, I think, a track quite close to the bottom of this depression which I think she's being led onto, and both Finland and Sweden will have the same forking here.
And it's going to be interesting if Finland or Sweden is gaining time here by their route choices. Because Finland and Mari Kateni, she chose not to run down the depression, but rather stay on the ridge or on the spur. But I think the better runnability pays off.
And then I think you also have a better attack into the control itself as well. But running behind Norway, who we've seen on the GPS managed to break away a bit from Russia and from Latvia. So good running from the silver medalist from yesterday's middle distance. I think she really didn't expect to have a middle distance a medal at all yesterday. She was aiming for the podium, and I think was absolutely delighted with second place yesterday.
Here we are at control number 3, and we see Julia Gross. She lost a lot of time there at the first control. Now she's 5 minutes and 20 seconds down.
She's one of the only ones who've seen making a big mistake to number 1, really. But here we are with Helena Jansson at control number 5. So we'll see after this route choice to 4 whether the Finn Mari Kateni has been able to catch up any time on the leading Swedish team.
I think she opened, it's about the same, maybe the gap between Sweden and Finland. Here comes Mari Kateni. Still about 37 seconds down.
Yep, so not lost or gained any time from that route choice. Pretty similar, but they both managed to execute it well. as they're going to head out to the track and to another forked control. And I think we will see some different route choices here, even though they're both going to control F. Janssen headed more directly to the path and then has gone through this the small depression and has to go down in this re-entrant and then go around the spur to find control F. She must make sure she doesn't actually drop too much down the hill. That's what I was in danger of, heading a bit too close to the marsh there, and definitely some different route choices, but they'll all have been here exactly here before. So who will be next at control 5?
Should be Norway with Marianne Andersen, but we will wait for a silver medalist from yesterday. Maybe
and here, oh no, well they've checking their controls that it's the right one, and what's happened to Andersen, as we see Laura Vika and Svetlana Mironova take it, has Marianne Andersen overshot this control. We've seen some of the women approach it from a different direction. Can we see her in the background? And one of the men, Brazil, Australia, Hong Kong, still going through. What's happened to Marianne Andersen?
she must have done a mistake. I think maybe the control before that one, control number 4.
And
because we know she was running away from Russia and Latvia on the road, and here we see Marianne. She should go to the control. I think she didn't punch there. She has to turn back, or
I have no idea what she's done there. I don't know which of D or E she was meant to show. She was meant to have D and possibly went via E, and then she will go to F, but that is
she for sure has problems to relocate. That's the same thing we saw in the men's. It's really hard in this kind of terrain when you lose contact and control. Or was it a mistake going out of control number 4?
Yeah, I feel like that was tricky. I think it was actually going into control 5. She just got really confused. But if you run down, I think it's probably more tricky coming from D. If you're coming from E, you can just run down this hill and go fairly directly. And no problems with Latvia and Russia, as they've been split up into control 6. And similar route choices, though, taken by Finland and Sweden. And they'll punch controls 7 and 8 and 9. We will find them just before the arena run through.
Seems like Helena Jansson is taking safe routes, but Switzerland is off the line now, and even the Czech Republic. But Helena Jansson approached control number 7 very cleanly. Even Mari Kateni, I think she's doing a great job out there. They are running away from Latvia and Russia, and maybe some small route choice differences between Latvia and Russia out of this. But this is Helena Jansson.
And we've seen her route choices. She's been keeping it clean all the way around, and she will go to controls 8 and 9. She's got to go over the crest of this hill and then drop down to the control. She has been in this open area before, where with the top of the middle distance, the final control for the middle distance, so she will cross fairly easily here. And there are different route choices being taken by Russia and Latvia, but I think the gap has grown. In fact, we can see it on the screen here that it's gone up to 49 seconds. It was about 37 as she passed through control 5, and Taney just not being as quick through these routes. There are, particularly I think in this area, a lot of fallen trees, as you can really see on the picture. But the gap for Gross, that is I think 3.5 minutes mistake for her.
Yeah, but the main problem was the first control. She didn't lose that much time after that. It was only, I think, 20 seconds, which she lost after that.
And she's running with Vendula Hochikova. And there's Kat Taylor for Britain, who's caught up into 8th place from 16th when Megan Carter-Davies came round. So looking great for Kat Taylor. Great running from her. Okay, and 8th is Lise Johansson, who was through in 14th place. And 6 minutes 11 down. So Taylor's caught up 36 seconds on this first loop compared to leading Emma Johansson. So she's travelling faster than Emma Johansson. Janssen, not Emma Johansson, Helena Janssen. They sound too similar. But back at the arena passage, this is the lady with the pink hair as the Brazilian team make the finish into the arena. But with a great lead, she's done exactly the same as her teammate Emma Johansson has, and just kept it very clean. She's not being too hasty through this run through. She knows she has the other half of the course still to go, and at the 2.3 kilometre mark, it's looking good for Sweden to give the 4-time gold medalist Tove Alexandersson the lead. And with her gap of 2 minutes and 10 seconds over the rest of the field yesterday, surely Alexandersson has a great lead. But Taney is caught up into only 25 seconds behind. So on the last part of the course, it might have been some of the forking. We will catch up with that with the GPS later once they've run through the arena. Taney is only 25 seconds behind. So running with number 3, the bronze medalist from last year, currently in silver medal position. And great running from Marika Taney.
Yeah, I think they both did their job really well. Taking their controls, taking their time when it's needed. So really great relay running from Sweden and Finland. Here we see the GPS. Sweden dropped down perfectly to control number 8, but then she ran around too much to control number 9. You can go fairly straight there. It shouldn't be a problem, and I think that's where Marika Taney caught some time.
Very true. And then Russia we expect to see next through the arena. And Latvia losing some time. Similarly, Mironova going closer to this ride, the patch of yellow through here, and will certainly come out the forest. Well, I don't know. Oh yeah, we can see her come out the forest a bit higher up, and we can see her in the arena now. Have got a little bit of lag on the GPS, and this is Svetlana Mironova taking 4th place in the middle distance yesterday. She had a good race, and it's looking pretty good for the Russian. She's lost a bit of time on the first loop, but not too much, only 15 seconds on the loop compared to Helena Janssen.
And we also saw that Latvia is still in the fight, so that's cool to see.
Yep, Laudvika hanging on. She's although she's lost a contact with Mironova now, and from different route choices into control 7, and it'll be harder for her to hang on to such a good position from now, I think. But back in the forest with the leader on this race, and it's still Sweden. All the Swedes taking good tactics, and the gap was 25 seconds at the arena run through, and we have the 2 running cams with both Helena Janssen and Marika Taney.
Now they head back into the forest, into this very tricky forking, controls number 10 and 11. So maybe we see some action here. Here's the GPS. I think Janssen tries to build in some security here and there, like going to the tracks and then follow them a bit. So I think Janssen has the slightly more or the easier control. If she drops down the depression, you can actually see the spur, so you just have to follow the spur and then follow the re-entrant and drop into the depression after that.
Yep, shouldn't be too tricky as Andersen comes through the barrier. 4:18 down from Norway. And was that the mistake into control 5? I think that has lost her that much time. It's lost her 2 minutes and 10 seconds. And Andersen will know now as she runs through the arena that she's got some time to catch up as Norway goes into 5th position. But some great experience on the last 2 legs, and Norberg on the last leg will hopefully not to make too many mistakes with her experience paying off on the final leg.
Yes, and catching time is always really difficult in orienteering. Basically, you try to just optimize your orienteering and hope that the top teams are going to make mistakes. But catching time is, it's maybe not the best tactic to try to do that, because then you are running too fast. And we see Julia Gross here. I think she runs well after, or she ran well after her big mistake to the first control. Her gap up to Sweden is still approximately the same, 5 minutes and 25 seconds passing through the arena.
Yep, she certainly has learned from her mistakes, and Taylor goes into 7th, running closely behind Horchakova, ahead of Horchakova, sorry. So Kat Taylor looking very, very good as she comes carefully round the distinctive slender figure, and has caught up from 16th place from Megan Carter-Davies, where she was 6 minutes and 35 seconds behind, and now is only 5:47 behind. So running faster than our leader Helena Janssen, and is surely pulling Vendula Horchakova round this course as well. But great running from Kat Taylor. She just needs to hold it together in the next part of the race, which is very tricky, but she's done well so far, and despite not running in the middle distance race, seems to be taking it very well. But back in the forest, this is Mironova of Russia, who was about 2:22 down as she went through the arena, and we can see this is what the forest looks like, and the undulations of the ground in these 2.5 meter contours. But into the arena, this is Johansson of Estonia running with Amélie Chatin, and Ukraine is also up there. Panchenko, all about 7 minutes behind. Here are some of the routes, and Janssen takes it well into control J. Vendula Horchakova just being a bit careful, making sure she's careful into control H, but not too many issues.
Mari Kateni for
Sorry.
Finland was that.
It's a long week, okay.
So we see that I think both the leading teams did really well again through this forking. That could be, it's really crucial to do that, those 2 controls right. I think we saw some big time losses from Denmark, for example, earlier on. So this is the time where you actually lose a lot of time if you do a mistake.
And as you can see, the gap between Finland and Russia seems to be just about 1.5 minutes. And Janssen has, I think, taken a bit more of a lead ahead of Finland. So we will see when she comes to controls 12 and 13 what the gap is. Looking very strong through these low bushes. There's lots of fallen trees here as this area has been logged. And hopefully these controls shouldn't cause them too many problems. There is the control you can just see in the right of picture, and Janssen making a fairly direct line for it, looking good. In fact, you can see that control as you exit parts of the forest, and also dropping down into control number 13. There are lots of flies out there as well. It's pretty grim.
It's probably a bigger problem for the cameraman than for the runners.
Yeah, the runners can run away, the cameramen can't.
She's looking, yeah, now a small mistake or hesitation, but she's looking in control and staying calm. She takes her time at the control, checking the direction again. And here we see Marika Teini, but I think she has to go to number 12 first. So the gap is likely to increase a bit from the last split where we saw the runners pass in the arena.
Yep, the gap was 25 seconds and it has grown indeed.
But still a very good race of Marika Teini. She actually was 9th yesterday in the middle distance, so I think she wasn't that happy because she made some mistakes, but still she proved that she can master the terrain here quite well.
She too approaches the control high and the gap has grown to 57 seconds, so 32 seconds lost on that part of the course and the different forkings. But the crucial thing is that she hasn't dropped any places.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I think even if you look at the gap down to Russia in 3rd place, that looks pretty good. It's more than 2 minutes according to the GPS. So that's quite a safe gap, and Merja Rantanen, who is going to run the last leg, would sure like to have that 2 minutes down to Natalia Gempele.
Absolutely. As much of a gap as you can be given by the runners preceding you, and then the happier you will be. This is Mironova though, and making her way through these low bushes. They are a pain to run through, and lots of fallen logs. Just taking a quick look at her map, thinking about her exit route for the next control.
This is kind of a nasty part of the terrain. Actually, it's, as you can see from the pictures, it's the undergrowth is quite high and you really have to keep fighting through the bushes. And still it seems that there are not too many tracks, because even Mironova on the 2nd leg of the women's relay looks like she has to struggle through this jungle here. And she's more than 3 minutes down to Helena Jansson, and also more than 2 minutes behind Teini at this point of the race.
She too approaches high. And we've seen so many of the women doing exactly that, and looking around, looking at their maps to see exactly which way they can go. And Mironova looks to be very hesitant, I think, and behind her this is the Latvian.
Laura Vike is doing still a great job, I think, holding on to that 4th place. So that's some great running, and I think maybe she can see the control.
Oh, well, we can see the control. I think she's just stopped there. Yep, she stopped to lower the control. But she certainly, I think, looked quicker through the terrain than Mironova. Looked more confident through the terrain until, obviously, that mistake there, just not looking up enough.
Of course, if you look at the map, you know these are not the most tricky controls. So maybe you drop a little bit or you lose your concentration a bit, and you think, oh, it's TV controls anyway, I can just run and follow the path. But still, every control has to be attacked carefully. Even Marianne Andersen seems to have some small problems checking her map very often here, but she comes in more directly than the others.
Yep, she was the one that we seem to have the least problems with that control, but the gap has grown again for Norway. It was 4:18, and I think it's Helene Jansen. I think everybody's lost some time on Helene Jansen, so I think that's her running well. And
again, some GPS. Helena Jansson going into control number 14. Did it, quite cleanly, and even Marika Teini, no problems, but still the gap is increasing between Sweden and Finland.
why do you think that could be?
It's hard to tell, but it seems like Helena Jansson has a good speed and clean navigation, so here a small hesitation from Jansson, but that wasn't too bad, maybe 5 seconds. And we are already at control number 16 in this, or on this second leg of the women's relay, so only 2 more controls to go for Jansson, and Teini is soon to approach control number 15.
Yep, Janssen already punched this one over a minute ago, so the gap is up to 1:18. Janssen, I think, is just moving very well through the forest, to be honest, and we haven't seen too many mistakes from Teini, but the running speed is looking very good. And this is Horchkova from the Czech Republic, was running closely with Pat Taylor and Julia Gross as well. And this is Kat Taylor just looking around. She hasn't got the height to be able to see all over these, and she just needs to see how Horchkova has taken it ahead of her. This is, I mean, it is easy for us to judge, but it isn't a difficult control, this one.
There are for sure more difficult ones, that's absolutely clear. And even Taylor and Horchkova, I think they lost some time through this forking, so Jansson, that's for sure, she did a very good job this part of the course, and here she is.
But they caught up on Switzerland though, but Janssen is coming into the final run through and will hand over to the 4-time world champion. So Helena Jansen has done exactly what she needed to do. She's kept a very clean race and also had some great speed out in the forest. So here she is able to take the hill at some speed, go round the corner and over this bridge to hand over to the woman who is surely the most dominant orienteer at the moment in the forest. It's Tove Alexandersson, but what great running from Helena Jansen, and it has been perfect for the Swedes so far. Janssen is ready to go out on the final leg, and a great lead. There we go, crossing line, 1 hour and 7 minutes of running so far, and we'll hand over to Alexandersson, who will head out of the arena. Great running from Janssen, but back in the forest, this is Mironova.
These were 2 very impressive legs from the Swedes. Even Emma Johansson, she did a great job on the first leg. So yeah, it's nice for Tove Alexandersson that she can go out in the lead, and she knows she's alone and she just have to focus on her orienteering, and then it should be a very successful day for the Swedes.
We're waiting for the Finn at the finish, and this is her coming into the arena now. We can see her, and that's, I think the gap has grown just on those last few legs. I'm not sure. But this is Mironova as the Finn comes to the finish.
So it's going to be interesting to see how much Marika Teini is behind in the finish. We will have Merja Rantanen chasing Tove Alexandersson. That's kind of interesting because Rantanen is very experienced. She's actually 12 years older than the Swedes. So that's going to be a fight among different generations as well.
1:44. Finland.
So the gap is 1 minute and 44 seconds.
For Finland.
And the gap has grown even on the last few legs for control 15, but out in the forest. And Alexanderson has safely found control number 1 and is making very good speed through into control number 2, where we will catch her again.
We see that Alexanderson is checking her map every maybe 5 to 10 seconds, so she gets sure that she really gets into the race and has a lot of map contacts on these first controls, so she's not losing any seconds there. And here we see Svetlana Mironova, I think close to the finish now. She's heading to the last control now, and after that she will come down to the finish. And here we see Merja Rantanen approaching the first control.
You can see just how she's looking around her, and there's a control there. Hopefully that is hers. And it isn't hers. So a mistake there from Rantanen as she passes the, well, it could be a route choice for as she passes the easternmost of control number 1, but into the finish for Russia in the bronze medal position. They are the defending champions in a very exciting race last time, handing over to Natalia Gempala, who's had a really great week. So she's going to be nearly 4 minutes behind, 3:51.
That's quite a big gap. Maybe not up to Finland, but it's for sure going to be really, really hard to catch Sweden. Even though we know that Natalia Gempala is a strong relay runner, she secured the gold for Russia last year, actually on the very last loop. And we see two ways, she doesn't have the best direction on. She managed to relocate quickly, but that was a small mistake. We don't see that very often from Tove Alexandersson, but I think it didn't cost her too much time.
And Norway and Marianne Andersen into 4th place. We saw some mistakes from her out in the course at control number 5. But Andersen goes into 4th place to hand over to Ann-Margrethe Hausken Norberg.
So that's about 1 minute behind Russia. I think the fight for the medals is not over yet. And even Latvia is there. 5 minutes and 8 seconds down, I think.
And here we see later on the fight to control 16 and the route choices being made, but Kat Taylor's gone offline, but she will have relocated at this track and then heading back into the control, but she's still ahead of Jule Gross. But in the forest, as we can see, some runners going in strange directions. This is Natalia Gempala.
Let's see how she managed to, very smoothly into this first control for the Russian runner. So she had some success earlier on this week. She was second in sprint and also came third in the long distance. But for sure she would like to add another medal here in this relay race. And we see that Alexanderson is not really losing time, even though she makes a mistake.
And she's got the strength to be able to run straight through. It's about a minute and Sweden to Finland, about 2 minutes, just under 2 minutes. And the gap at the run through was 1:44. At the changeover, was 1:44. So
she even increased her lead.
Despite a mistake.
Yeah. That's how dominant Alexanderson is at the moment.
Sandra Grosberger from Latvia came through in 5th place. Well, started off in 5th place after a great run from Laura Vika.
It's always cool to see that good orienteering pays off in these relays.
And back at the arena, I can just tell you, as you watch Sandra Grosberger, we've seen Kat Taylor and we've just seen Julia Gross from Great Britain and from Switzerland come into the arena to hand over to Holly Orr and to Sabine Hauswirth. But some routes as Norway and Latvia are split up.
I think Alexanderson is increasing her lead.
I think she made the right decision, especially for her, to go straight on this control.
She will, or Alexanderson will need to go to control number D, but now here we see Natalia Gempele, control number 2, I think. So she has to go to control number 3 to the split time. And we see that the gap to Finland is a little bit less than 2 minutes now. It was control number 3.
Yep, Gempele catching up some time on Merja Rantanen. And I think we should point out here that possible mistake from Alexanderson, but she seems to be correcting. Not sure. We should also point out that Merja Rantanen and Hausken Norberg did not run the middle distance of these athletes in the front. And is this a mistake from Alexanderson here going into control D? I think it is.
Not sure if she got to control already. It doesn't seem that she punched there, so she's standing still at the moment. So that's new, that we see a mistake of Alexanderson. We didn't see that the whole week.
But I think she's realised, and she's relocated quickly and will go and get this control here. So Merja Rantanen will catch up a little bit of time at this point. We will check out her time at control number 5. But the Swede Alexanderson has been able to do some damage limitation at this point. And that could be a 30, I think that was a 30-second mistake there at control number 4.
Here she is, Tove Alexanderson. She's not only really good in orienteering, it seems that she's also quite quick in relocating. So it's not only about reducing mistakes, but also reducing the amount of time you lose there.
And I think on the middle distance, the difference between the men's and the women's was just how large the mistakes were, and the women really made some large mistakes, but not the winners. This is Hausken Norberg going through in 5th place and has lost a bit of time, I think, here on the lead of Alexanderson. And what will happen to Merja Rantanen also going to control D?
Seems that she attacks it perfectly, but still it's more than 1 minute up to Sweden and Tove Alexanderson.
And for Russia, it is Gempele who decides to go all the way down the track to the second path junction, and she's going to control E and then F. So Alexanderson is heading down the re-entrant to go round the bottom of the spur and then go to control F. I must make sure she doesn't drop too much time. And from the athlete from Poland gets there first. But let's see what the gap is to the Finn, to Rantanen, who made a much better meal of control number 4. And that's Klusner from Denmark on leg 2. And Rantanen has messed up on number 5. She's done what we've seen some of the others do and just overshoots this control. So the gap is 2 minutes. And all that time that she caught up has now been lost. Yeah, there we can see her mistake on the GPS, just going slightly left of the line and then having to double back. And what is happening to Gempele as she tries to head uphill out of this, but it's tricky. Anyway, Holly Orr has made a gap on Switzerland with Sabine Hauswirth, and she is staying ahead as on the last leg for Czech Republic we have Jana Knapova. That took some paper rummaging to find you that information, but it is Holly Orr still in 6th place, closely followed by Sabine Hauswirth. But don't forget, I think we've seen a little mistake from Natalia Gempele going into control number 4. She was too far right and has just gone up the hill out of the depression into the wrong area of the map. The depression is large, and you've got to make your way out of it at exactly the right point, and it is a bit green over there. So still to come, we're to the 0.6k mark. I control number 3 on Jana Knapova, who is over a minute behind Hauswirth.
Here we see the replay of Tule Uwe Alexandersson doing one of her very seldom mistakes. She dropped down on the wrong side of the depression, of the green depression, and Merja Rantanen did that better, but then she went off to the left and she overshoot control number 5. So here probably more interesting is Natalia Gempele passing control, and she lost for sure more time that Alexandersson did. And still Latvia is going really well, so that's really nice to see.
Luckily, Gempele wasn't, it was a pretty big mistake, but it could have been a lot worse than what we've seen from other parts of the race, and also if you're thinking Fabian Hertner on the first leg of the men's. But she's 4:15 down and has dropped 25 seconds compared to the changeover.
And she lost actually the chance to gain some time to Alexandersson and Rantanen, who weren't clean in this part of the race either. So still a pity for the Russian team and Gempele. So this is Latvia coming through. Sandra Grosberga. Nice to see, 5 minutes and 20 seconds down, but only 1 minute behind the Russian team.
But she's making her way out on this track and will be pushed left off the line from taking this route. But further behind, and we can see how Hauswirth, Finland, let's go closer to the finish, to the later stages, and Finland making a different route choice into control 7, what we think is going to be taking her a lot longer. Holly Orr and Sabine Hauswirth taking different route choices there, and the gap from Sweden to Finland we think is grown to 2.5 minutes as Alexandersson comes through the bushes and punches this control to head through the arena for the first of 2 times. It hasn't been a completely clean one, but she's been able to limit the damage, and we know how quick she is through the forest, and she's just looking very, very calm. She's just got to do her job and keep the Swedes out in the lead.
I imagine that she's happy that she gets some information about how big her lead is. So I think she's going to calm down a bit when she hears that she's still more than 2 minutes ahead. Because of course she knows that she didn't do her best orienteering here, and now she runs into the finish, the same mistake as we saw, I think, one of the French guys doing in the men's relay. So she's she's not at how to say that she's not.
She's just switched off, I think, going through there, and we hope that her remit tag hasn't been disabled crossing the line. So a little mistake from Alexanderson, but she just thinks she can switch off going through the arena, of course, and just focus on running. But, you know, people told her that she wasn't going the right way. She can take some fluids on.
He was saying to stay calm, och ja, fin. Yeah, nice. Stay calm and do it nicely. Kalle Darin was one of the coaches of the Swedish team. But we see, I think Tove is not really on top of her game like she used to be in a normal course. So even for the very best, running relay isn't that easy. So, and the race is not over. You never know what's going to happen. Still some tricky controls left for the Swede.
But Marianne Antonen, who took 7th place in the long distance and didn't run the relay, is still to come to control number 9. But later on in the field, let's have a look at Norway. What's Hauske Nordberg doing? She is trying to make it to control G, but dropping down the hill far too far to the left. And this is where they had a control, just further left on the spur. It's where they had a control yesterday. But of course, Nordberg didn't run that and will not know this area quite as well. So, still at the final control, we're waiting for Finland, and this is Rantanen. So the gap is 2:38. And has lost more time, although we mustn't forget that Alexanderson ran almost to the finish.
So if she managed to take the right shoot there in the arena passing, she will gain some time. Let's see. Nice.
She knows what she's doing. So the Finn doesn't quite look as fast as Alexanderson out in the field, but then we know that the Swede is so dominant in the forest. But as long as she doesn't make any mistakes, then the silver medal should go to Finland, because Gempela is on the 3rd leg and there is a big gap at the moment. But Alexanderson back in the forest. And she is making the long leg choice to control number 10, where we've seen more mistakes. And Alexanderson's run hasn't been faultless already. She made that mistake into control 4. But we'll know she has a big gap, and this is Gempela. And the gap is 3:53, so a minute and a bit, and she's giving some feedback.
Unfortunately, we are not able to translate that one.
But she hasn't lost any time compared to Alexanderson. Actually, she was 3:51. Was her time gap when she started this run. So despite some mistakes, it's actually looking very good for Gempela.
Here we see the GPS of Alexanderson. She's looking to regain control. They're just following or heading up the spur and follow that. And an interesting route choice of Sabine Hauswirtz in Switzerland. We saw that earlier on. I think it's not faster because the forest is quite nice into control number 7 there.
But she has passed Norway and passed Great Britain's Holly Orr as well. So that mistake, well, I'm not sure it was a mistake, but not the best route into control 6 for Hauske Nordberg, but it's actually looking very good for Hauswirtz. Marianne Antonen back in the forest on the long leg to control 11, and we saw on the GPS just a moment ago how extensive that gap is, how far behind Alexanderson she is, but there is also a gap to Gempela, and she just needs to keep running and keep a clean race.
We see that Alexandersson hit her control H perfectly. So no problem there for the Swede, and Merja Rantanen is heading down the big depression. She will have to go to control number or control I, and maybe not the best direction for Gemperle, but she will relocate quickly on the track there.
Yeah, she's done what plenty of others have and just run to the track and then used it, aimed off possibly to the left and got to the junction. Here she is running through the forest on her way to control 10. And in fourth position, it's the Latvian Sandra Grossberger as she goes over the bridge on the arena run through, but she's 6 minutes and 44 seconds behind, and that is a long way down on the bronze medal for her. She certainly has lost a couple of minutes out on this course on the final leg compared to Alexandersson.
But still, I'm very sure that she will be really happy if she can finish fourth ahead of, for example, Norway and Switzerland. So great performance so far from the whole Latvian team.
Yeah, you heard that. Well, 2 minutes behind, more like 1 minute behind for Sabine Hauswit, who is actually having a good run for Switzerland after we saw some mistakes for Julia Gross out on second leg.
Yeah, nice to see. I think Sabine wasn't, she was really disappointed after the long and also the middle distance. So it seems that she can maybe have again a clean race like she did in the sprint relay where she secured the bronze medal for the Swiss team.
But we're still waiting for Norway and for Great Britain. And this is Anne-Margrethe Hausken Norway. After a small mistake into control 6, we think she has got still a gap though on Holly Orr.
Let's see what happens here. Small problem for Alexandersson, but again she relocated quickly. And also Merja Rantanen for Finland. I think they have some problems there with the direction. That's not the best way to go. She shouldn't get up to this hill there.
But with no problems and still leading the race, it is Sweden and it is Alexandersson, and this is control number 13 where we will get a split time, and still the women having issues into this control, but not too bad for Alexandersson after an hour and 32 minutes of the Swedes running. So she just has 5 more controls to get to make it to the finish, and she has a good lead. And if that was a mistake from Finland, let's have a look.
Yeah, we see Russia, Natalia Gemperle spiking her control, and Finland doesn't look good over there, so Russia is actually able to run past Merja
And I think we said that Merja Rantanen just had to have a clean run, and she has not done that. So Russia have overtaken Finland. We will get the confirmation, obviously, as they punch control 13, and we will see them make the stretch from 12 to 13. But what a mistake from Rantanen in the tricky part of the course where it's all very, very green. And
yeah, I think it's going to be more than half a minute up to Russia, so yeah, that's some problem now for Finland if they want to catch up. And I think even the route choice, if she's running down to the track now, I think she will lose some more seconds on that, because the forest is really open when you run, when you approach control number 12. So some good runnability there for Natalia Gemperle, and you probably don't gain much if you go around on the track like Merja Rantanen does for Finland. But still we see Tove Alexandersson, that looks better and better for the Swedes.
Yes, Gemperle into this open area, and she just checks her map properly as she will punch controls 12 and 13, and we can decipher the gap to Sweden. It was 3 minutes and 53 seconds at the arena run through was the difference between Sweden and Russia. So this is control 12 and just needs to make sure she gets a good line. Oh, making sure she reads these contours on the map before setting off. And the key for these women, they will know that they have got a big lead, and it's actually looking great for Gemperle, as she will have pulled up some time on Alexandersson on this section of the course. The gap was 3:53, and she's going to have taken a minute quicker than that.
We saw that Alexandersson had a small hesitation in the forking, but still I think the forking that Natalia Gemperle had is a little bit quicker. It was the same like Helena Jansson had on the earlier leg, so it could be maybe half a minute could be explained by different forkings here. And now we see even Merja Rantanen, but she's not, now she has punched control number 12, but she still has to get over to control number 13, and she's now quite some time behind Gemperle. It's going to be a minute or so.
And she too is not taking a direct line into this control 13, so the gap is going to grow to more than a minute. She's gone really high, really far too high up the hill, and is going the other side of the hill. But I think she's realised where the control is now, so she will be 4 minutes. And she still hasn't found it. She's so close. There, she's got it. So 4:21, and that is a time a minute and a half down from Russia. But the thing is that Natalia Gemperle will not know that she's passed Merja Rantanen.
Yeah, that's true, but she knows anyway. Still some small problems for Alexandersson attacking control number 14. So it's sure that she hasn't her best day today, but still it seems like this is more than enough to secure the gold for the Swedes.
Yep, with the great setup from Emma Johansson and Helena Jansson, it didn't need to be Tove Alexandersson's best run. As long as she didn't make huge mistakes, then it was going to be okay. So that was her going into control 15, and then she will head out across this open area. She needs to stay fairly left, which is not what she's doing. And she's going to hit the path. I think she's going to be slightly too far right on the control. We will see when she makes it there. And this is the view from control 16. And we can hear Alexandersson's footsteps through here. And not the most direct route, but as long as she doesn't make too many mistakes, then it's okay for her. So there we go, punching control 16 and onwards to 17 and 18. There's only 2 more controls for her to go.
Let's see, Natalia Gemperle seems to be confused on the tracks out there, so maybe a small chance for Merja Rantanen to catch some time.
It was pretty direct from Alexandersson there, but certainly some confusion on the tracks for the Russian. And possibly there's still a race for second and third place to decide which order the medals go.
Yeah, let's not forget control number 14 is not the most or the easiest one, and even now we see that Merja Rantanen, she's not having the best direction there. But let's see Sandra Grosberia from Latvia, what she does.
Well, this is at control number 12. She's still in fourth position, and the Latvians will be very pleased with a fourth position from her. They were 8th last year, but Grosberger had a 26th place in the middle distance, so she knows this area very well, even if not this bit of open ground over here. And looking pretty good for the Latvian. And she is one who's able to make it to control 13 without too many problems, checking the punch. But this is Alexanderson, and here is our leader by a huge margin coming out of control 17. All she has to do is go up this hill, and what a great lead for the Swedes. So the arena is waiting for the new world champions with a great 3 legs from all of them. This is Tove Alexanderson, ready to take her 3rd gold of these championships. But it is, of course, a team effort with not a completely clean race from Alexanderson. What a great run, though, from Emma Johansson, Helena Jansson and Alexanderson as they can take the win. There's a smile on Alexanderson's face as she can see her teammates who are cheering at the top of the podium, on top of the bridge. She can run up, take the Swedish flag, be congratulated by her teammates, and what an impressive and commanding win from the Swedes as they can have an easy run in, waving the flags and being cheered on by the crowd as they go and make their way to the line. And huge cheers as they cross the line. I think great runs all round from the 3 Swedish women. Well, okay, Alexanderson made some mistakes, but it was enough.
She just said that she was so bad today. But it doesn't matter, as you said.
It doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, she made quite a few mistakes, but I think the key is that she realised quickly enough.
Yeah, that's true. She always did perfect damage control, I think.
Okay, so Gempele has punched this control here at number 15, and we're still waiting for Merja Rantanen. As you see, the athlete from Poland.
Here she is.
Here's Rantanen. The athlete from Poland is on the first leap of the course, but this is Rantanen who's able to make it, but the gap is still 1.5 minutes. It is exactly the same as what we saw in the open area, so no harm done from controls 14.
Here we see that there are quite some tracks in this high grass, so that's not a problem to get to control number 16, and then there's just 2 more controls to go, and here we see Natalia Gempele punching the second last control already.
Yeah, that's control number 17, and not a perfect race for her either, I don't think, but she was able to again limit the damage where others couldn't, and I think the advantage of having run yesterday is really playing off. So this is the final control, and we're waiting for the Russian. Here she comes. Anastasia Rudnaya came through in 4th place. Then Svetlana Mironova caught up 1 place into 3rd, and then Gempele has done the same. She can take a Russian flag, and she'll be greeted by her 2 teammates. They're not going to defend their World Championship title from last year, but what a great 2nd place. And Gempele knows that she's overtaken the Finns, and it will be 2nd place for her. So the Russians taking 2nd, and they can jump over the line together.
Still, Natalia Gemperle was able to catch more than 1 minute on Tove Alexandersson. So maybe with a perfect race, we would have maybe had some excitement towards the end of the course.
But no, the gap was still too big and there were too many women who were making mistakes.
And gold for Sweden.
So here looks like the bronze medalist. It's Merja Rantanen heading out of control 17. She just has to make her way up this slope and then we will see her. The crowd are looking into the forest and towards the big screens to see if we can find the Finn who mistakes on the way to control 11 cost her and the Finns the silver medal. I'm not sure what she's saying, but I think she's still checking that she's got a medal. And she will get the feedback from the others. Of course, she had no idea whether someone had overtaken her out in the race, and it was Gemperle. But here are her two teammates to run alongside her, Venla Harju and Marika Teini. And Rantanen and her two teammates can carry the flag of Finland across the line. She'll be glad that her mistake didn't cost her a medal. It cost her the silver, but not a medal overall. So a third place from Finland, defending their bronze medal from last year.
20 seconds behind the winner of Sweden. And then we have to wait for the battle for the fourth place. Right now, Switzerland, Sabine Hauswirth is
the bronze medalist. I think they are happy with that. There are some smiles. I think they'll be annoyed at some mistakes, but actually still happy to get the bronze medal there.
And maybe we will see a fight for the fourth place as Sabine Hauswirth catched some time compared to Sandra Grasperia from Latvia. So that's about maybe 20 seconds. The Swiss is still behind. Maybe we see a sprint finish.
That could be exciting as we've seen some big gaps in this women's race. It'd be nice to have a sprint finish. Yeah, we want some excitement here, and Hauswirth can possibly see Grosberger ahead of her, and that will definitely give her some encouragement.
Not sure if she can see the Latvian runner because the visibility is in most of the places it's quite low. But it would be nice, as you said, to see some action after those quite big gaps.
So both of them heading to the track, and the gap is about 15-16 seconds. Yeah, as long as the Latvian gets a good line into control number 17, she may well have it as Hauswirth goes a bit off the line, but you definitely want to avoid this patch of green, which is a bit grim, but the Latvian is doing that, although heading down the hill.
I think now she's able to see her, yeah.
Yep.
So that's going to be interesting now.
So this is the route into control 17.
Oh, and she's flying, Sabine Hauswirth.
Hauswirth is looking very fast, and Grosberger has seen that she is behind her. Well, we're going to be on for a sprint finish here today as they have to sprint, first of all, up the hill. Let's see as they come out of the forest. And, the Latvian is on for a great sprint. She's already started it, but has she started the sprint too early? And Hauswirth has to push ahead to get that punch, and it's going to be one sprint finish.
And this is a long one.
Fourth and fifth place as they come down the hill, and Hauswirth has got the better, I think, of the Latvian, but they still have to go up and over this bridge. It's going to be close. I think the Latvian tried a bit too hard, a bit too early, did Grosberger, and it's going to be a great sprint from the line from Hauswirth, who has caught up some good distance and some good places on the Latvian. So fourth place to Switzerland, and Grosberger shouldn't be too disappointed with fifth. She tried her best on those routes, but still out in the forest. it is Norway and Haugen Norberg, and she was 11 minutes down on the lead of Alexanderson, but 3 minutes down on Hausvit. Not going quite as fast, and hasn't had the benefit of being able to run on this same terrain yesterday.
Nevertheless, a great results for the Latvian team. Coming fifth, I think that was some really great relay running of all three runners. They didn't miss a lot, or at least we didn't see it on the GPS. So I think they performed very close to their best today.
So that was control 16. She's still got a couple more to go, and it's about 3 minutes behind there, and it's going to be possibly a battle between Czech Republic and Great Britain with Jana Knapova and Holly Orr. And we've also got France there and Izia Basse on the final leg. Now, we've seen some runners overshoot this control 15, but Knapova is right on the line at the moment.
Here we see the replay, the decisive moment for the silver medal, where Mary Rantanen had a bad direction out of control number 10, and then even the route choice around to control number 12 I think lost her some time. That's where Natalia Gemperle got her gap down to the Finn.
And then Rantanen really making a hash of control 13. Gemperle doing something strange towards control 14, but it wasn't a mistake big enough for the Finn to catch back that time again. So we're still waiting for Norway at the finish, and then it looks like Czech Republic, Great Britain and France making the chase, but this is Haugen Norberg.
Not sure if they are going to be happy with sixth place today in the relay, the Norwegians.
No, it was the same position as this time last year in Strömstad, but on paper you'd have put these women a bit higher up the finishing order. So Norway and Anna Margrethe Haugen Norberg make it to the line for sixth place, and 11 minutes down on the winners, Sweden. So this race, I think it's been good that we haven't seen the top teams make as many big mistakes that have put them out of the race so early compared to the men's.
Yes, but still, if you see on the first leg, we had Emma Johansson finishing 44 seconds ahead of Finland, and then the third team with Latvia and Inga Dambe, they were already 2 minutes behind. So I think the fourth leg was a decisive point already in this race.
So this is Holly Orr of Great Britain, and she's overtaken Jana Knapova going into control 17. So this would be a 7th place for the Brits if Holly Orr is able to hold off Jana Knapova, and Jana doesn't look like she's taking the sprint that Sandra Grosberger was at that point. So let's have a look in the arena, and the Brits are cheering on Holly Orr, who's able to punch the final control and head down into the arena. Some shouts of "Go on, Holly." She's lost some time on some of the leaders, but hasn't lost too much time, and after a great leg from Kat Taylor to take them into 6th place, she will only drop 1 place as she's been overtaken by the Swiss. So it will be a 7th place for Britain, the British women, with Holly Orr on the anchor leg, and compared to a 12th place last year in Strömstad, I think Well, they'll all analyse their own individual races, but they shouldn't complain too much about that. And Jana Krapova, I think, is pretty annoyed with herself. She was ahead going into control 15, so some problems in the latter part of the course has put her behind. So next team we should see is team from France.
So France is Brazil on her way for France into the ninth position for France. Lydia Brazil heading into the finish for France. Nine teams.
And Basse will make it to the finish, but that was the mistake of Alexanderson, as she crossed the finish line one time before being told to turn the other way. And Alexanderson's course. Okay, so I've just heard in my ear that the Swiss have launched a protest, made a protest because Alexanderson crossed this line, so she technically could be disqualified. So we will see what has happened. That would mean the Swiss would move up into bronze medal position.
And I think that could really be a problem for the Swedes, because there is a rule that once you cross the finish line, the race is over. So it would be kind of a pity for the race, because she for sure didn't gain time there.
But this is Maja Alm and Denmark. Cecilia Friberg-Klusner handed over in 13th place. This will be catching up a little bit of time for Maja Alm. So we will wait for the results to be confirmed before we, of course, bring you a flower ceremony, as we hear that the Swiss team have launched a protest against the Swedish team because Alexanderson crossed the line. We will see. But this is Maja Alm, 3 medals, from this competition, a gold and 2 silvers. But some mistakes early on from the Danish team didn't give her a good position to fight for even the podium places here. So Denmark will finish into 10th place, and a smile from Maja Alm. She was not put in a good position early on the race. They changed over in 21st place. Klusner caught up lots of places into 13th, and now Maja Alm's caught some more places into 10th.
Also information that the competition jury will be...
So we still wait for some news of whether the protest by Switzerland has been upheld. These are the standings at the finish. We can't say these are the final results because Alexanderson crossed the line. These are preliminary results. These are the standings. So Sweden with the win, 2 minutes and 41 seconds, and then 4:23 and 7:29 Switzerland. So they were down 3 minutes from the time of Finland. But if the protest goes through, they would get a bronze medal. We will wait and see what happens.
Yeah, quite interesting, and I think not that easy for the jury to discuss and decide on this one, because we saw some similar problem in the men's sprint, where world champion Daniel Hoopman, he was actually running into a forbidden area and had to turn back the same way. So technically, if you follow the rules, he did something wrong, even though the map wasn't that accurate there, because you could pass through this fence which was on the map.
And on the men's relay, we had a similar problem as well. I think with one of the teams.
think we had some.
They didn't cross the line. They went down the finish channel, but they didn't cross the line. And it's the crossing the line that's the issue. So as the jury deliberate, we just bring you. And and you'll just have to wait and see what the decision is from the jury. But Sweden in the preliminary results taking the lead. Okay, so we'll leave you with some final pictures of today's races, and that's it for the live orienteering coverage of these 2017 Nokian Tyres World Championships from Estonia. Next year, WOC heads to Latvia for a week of the world's best orienteering in and around Riga at the beginning of August. We'll leave you some pictures from today's relay races, but from myself, from Jonas and from Jonas, it is bye from these World Championships.